Okay, so we are now on the record, day 4 of the Lafferty versus Jones matter. Good morning, everyone. If counsel could please identify themselves for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Chris Manny on behalf of the plaintiffs, joined by my colleagues Eleanor Sterling and Josh Cosco.
Morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Judge Norm Tatis. I've got John Blues here with me again today.
All right, good morning. So we are going to take up an issue, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
We expect to finish with Ms. Paz sometime this morning. We filed a brief a day or so ago relating to the scope of cross-examination, given that Ms. Paz is a corporate representative and presented by the defendant. And so we wanted to advise the court and apprise defense counsel of our view that because she has testified quite clearly that she has no personal knowledge of any of the matters on which she has testified, that she cannot, the defense cannot through her offer substantive testimony based on hearsay. And the reason that we raise this is because we obviously have concerns that we've already raised concerning nullification and other matters. And so we just want to be very, very clear that as far as we're concerned, there's very little of substance that Ms. Paz would be competent to testify to at all through the defense, because
most of what she said were admissions.
Correct. We offered them as admissions.
I understand.
And so we wanted to raise that for the court so that we can have an understanding of exactly what's going to be happening, and perhaps an offer of proof as to what, if anything, Ms. Paz is actually competent to testify to in the defense case. And I would just add that, the defense had the option of presenting a witness who could testify to certain matters based on personal knowledge if they had wished. Daria Karpova, longtime employee, was presented as a corporate.
I thought she was on the witness list.
She is. She's not going to be called here because the defense cannot present her live in our case. But she was presented as a corporate representative in Texas, in the Texas litigation, and was permitted to testify to certain things on cross.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding. So why can't she be called here if Attorney Pattis wanted to call her?
Because under our agreement in the bankruptcy court, if the defense was going to call any witnesses, they had to make them available to testify live in the plaintiff's case if we wished. Ms. Karpova was not made available to testify live.
I can't speak to that.
Pardon me?
I can't speak to that. That's not my agreement or issue, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, we would have been willing to call her had she been able to testify live. The point is that Free Speech Systems as a defendant here could have presented anybody to testify as a corporate representative and somebody who had personal knowledge. They chose not to do that. They also chose to refuse Ms. Paz's requests to give her certain information so that she could testify competently. And it appears, based on her testimony, that they lied to her about the use of Google Analytics. And so it seems to us that they have presented somebody as a corporate representative for very, very strategic reasons. And so they shouldn't be permitted to take advantage of that by offering otherwise inadmissible testimony through her.
All right. So I think, as I'm understanding it, Attorney Pattis, the issue is inadmissible hearsay.
So it's our view, Judge, that Ms. Paz was offered as a corporate representative and in any number of occasions asked to opine, not as Ms. Paz, but as free speech. And I objected any number of times on relevance, competence, speculation on the grounds.
I just want to make sure I understand. So I thought we were talking about not relevance, the issue that the plaintiff was raised was inadmissible hearsay, not relevance, not competence, nothing else.
I'm setting that up, the argument, Judge. I didn't take it as a motion to eliminate. It was a bench memo. I thought, okay, bench memo, you can submit a bench memo, great.
Okay.
But I'll construe it as a motion to eliminate. Our position is that experts are akin, that corporate reps are akin to experts, and they are asked to assume the position of the corporation in the courtroom. As this court knows, corporations are legal fictions. They can't.
No, I'm going to ask you because I will forget. So, is there any case law that supports that statement that corporate representatives are experts? Because if there is any, I need to review it. I am unaware of that.
Didn't see any to the contrary. But this court knows that corporations are legal fictions. They're not. They don't have persons. They have persons, but ascribed to them as a matter of law for limited purposes. A corporate rep is what, and in this case, the corporate rep was asked to opine. Is it free speech's position that came in any number of occasions And all she would, and she wasn't asked, did Alex Jones say? Did Owen Schroyer say? Did Daria Karpova say? She was asked, does free speech take that position? And it's our view that in treating this legal fiction as a person, they've effectively cloaked her in the mantle of an expert. I don't intend to go through rebuttal or contextualizations of admissions of party opponents, but I do intend to ask her how she did her work, what she went to see, who she took to, and what conclusions she reached. Now, in fairness, Judge, in reaching those conclusions, there may be foundation issues because she's going to reach those conclusions based not just on what she saw, but on what she heard from others. And in other contexts, this has gone not to the admissibility of the declarant's statement, but as to their weight. So, for example, in Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation versus Carabetta at 55 Con App 384, I believe this is at page 390, the witness's personal knowledge goes to the weight of the evidence, not its admissibility. And it seems to me that in this case, the plaintiffs elected to elicit and to impeach a defendant in this case through its corporate rep, asking if it was its position as the corporate rep that X, Y, or Z was the case. I think within the scope and limits of that, I am permitted to ask her why she has that opinion and what it's based on. Does she care to revise it? I expect there'll be more cross-examination today. As corporate rep, are you saying, I've tried to object that a corporate rep can't say anything. A corporation can't speak. It exists. It no more exists than does the state of Connecticut. It exists for purposes of administrative convenience, but it speaks through its officers. And if a party elects to call an officer and treat the abstraction as a person through the officer, they waive the right to complain about what that officer says when they're asked about things clearly within the scope of what they've inquired on.
So Attorney Maddie, on the one issue, the minor issue that was mentioned, when Attorney Pattis just said that he wants to inquire about what she looked into to prepare, what she researched, that kind of thing, that you don't have an issue with.
I think if he asks her, who did you speak to? What documents did you review? I don't have any issue with that. But if he asks her, which is really what he wants to ask her, what conclusions did you personally draw as a result of the collection of evidence that you reviewed? That is very much expert testimony about corporate practices that, first of all, there's been no disclosure. There's no support for the idea that corporate rep can just opine. We didn't ask for her opinions. We asked her what the fact was. And any number of times, actually, you remember, Judge, Ms. Paz said, I can't speculate as to what was in his head, right? So she was called here to testify about what the corporation can state as a fact or not a fact. And all of that was based on a lack of personal knowledge, but only on what she gained by virtue of hearsay conversations she had. And so, it
wasn't all gained by way of hearsay conversations. Was it?
Well, I suppose other than her review of videos.
She reviewed videos, she reviewed documents, I thought.
She may have reviewed some documents. And if Attorney Pattis wants to present her with a document that she reviewed, I mean, it's not at all clear from her testimony what documents were made available to her. And I think all she can testify to is the content of the document. So, what we can't have here is a situation where Ms. Paz is kind of holding forth about her views of how free speech systems works, and it's a very chaotic environment, and Alex Jones, kind of operates on the fly, and all of that. So that's
Attorney Maddie, if Attorney Pattis wanted to obtain the position of free speech systems along the lines of how you elicited their position, how would he do it?
Well, it's not to call it a position. Ms. Paz is not here to take a legal position. She's here to assert facts. And so,
I thought you had asked her several times, what is free speech's position on whether Sandy Hook happened, and what is free speech position on whether, whatever it was. And I thought that she testified. I don't understand is it your, no pun intended, is it your position that, Attorney Pattis can't cross? How would he
It
ever?
is my position that to the extent Ms. Paz formulated any position based on information provided to her by others, that is hearsay.
I think Attorney Maddie's proven my argument with his argument. They called free speech, asked her as free speech. I think she's entitled to testify as free speech. I don't think what I'm entitled to do is to say, when Alex said, whatever, when the grass was green, did he, I don't think I get to say, what else did he say about the grass? I think that's correct. I do believe, excuse me. Well, you should have asked her, what about this decorum rule, Judge? I didn't cut him off.
So,
I just realized that.
I'll have a sidebar, please. And I should ask her to step out, guys. So I thought we were past this.
Oh, Your Honor,
No,
I
no,
just,
you interrupted.
yes, I apologize.
No, I really,
I apologize.
what is it? Is it that?
No, it's just, I just realized that she was here for the first time.
No, I mean the cutting each other off in
Oh,
front of me. Do I not?
I'm sorry, I
Well,
lost
you
my
both
temper.
did it. You both did it. Do I not control the proceedings good enough? I mean, what is it? Would you do this in front of Judge Ford? Do you remember Judge Ford?
I probably would have, and I probably would have gotten in more trouble than I have here.
Right.
But I didn't work.
He wouldn't be offering you coffee. So can you just please, can you at least the two of you stop doing that, please? Okay?
Got it.
No, I don't
If you'd
know.
like Attorney Paz to step out, I'll ask her if it makes sense.
I didn't think it did either. If I had thought of it, I would have thought, but none of us
Would
did.
you like me to?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll do that and we'll go back.
As I was saying, Judge, I'll wait for Attorney Paz to leave the room. Attorney Maddie proved my argument with his, and so I have nothing further to say.
Anything further, Attorney Maddie?
You didn't need to hear anything more on the expert analogy, did you?
No.
Okay.
No.
Nothing further.
Absolutely not. So I think, I can't see issuing a blanket ruling now, but certainly if she has personal knowledge based on her own personal review of a document or a video, that's one thing, but if she is basing anything on inadmissible hearsay, then it just doesn't come in. It came in, a lot came in on Attorney Maddie's examination as an admission of a party opponent, and that's not the case here. But so I think she'll be able to offer some testimony, and certainly if she put forth a position of free speech system and it's not based on hearsay, then I think that's perfectly fine. If it is based on hearsay, that's a different issue. So I think we have to see what different areas we're talking about. Okay?
Got it.
All right. When would you like to deal with the issue of the, every day I bring it up and every day we punt, free speech systems and PQPR? Do you maybe want to, Mr. Ferraro told me that we think that maybe the witnesses will end today at 3 or 3:30 or so. That's what I got secondhand.
May I speak to Attorney Maddie?
Absolutely.
May we approach, Judge?
You may.
Attorney Ferraro was correct. It appears that Attorney Matt has been playing some videos through Ms. Paz that are fairly lengthy.
Just two.
So when I gave Ron that estimate, I didn't realize the cross would go that long. So yeah. I mean, it's also, Your Honor, if you want to end early, we can think about it.
I wouldn't
It all
be.
depends on how Ms.
Well, I
Paz
don't want
ends
to
up No,
but
no.
I would not be opposed. It's been a long week and I'm driving to New Jersey.
I responded this morning to a memo I saw yesterday, and quickly, I would like an opportunity to think about it a little more. I mean, I gave an overnight,
Which one?
the one that was filed regarding enforcement of orders, the claim that I argued nullification and so forth was filed on the 15th. I got in early this morning to crank out a response.
We don't have to do that.
No.
What about the,
We had a couple of plaintiffs lined up, which is, obviously that's,
well, we could play it by
yeah,
ear,
I just,
but I would be happy not to go to 4:45 or 4:30.
I wasn't entirely clear with Attorney Maddie yesterday because I expected an hour to an hour and a half, and then I'm thinking about it overnight. I gave him a heads up this morning about the videos. I'm just kind of,
All right, so I'll play it by ear, but I think we probably would all prefer not to go to 4:30, 4:40.
Sure.
How about that?
Okay.
Okay. So getting back to when, are we punting again, or do we want, when do we want to do the FSS PQ PR issue?
Your Honor, we can take it up now.
Well, I should have been a little clearer. I want to do it with, not to inconvenience the jury, so we can, we can do it either at the end of the day, we could come in Tuesday and do it at 9:45 if you want. I just don't want to do it when the jury's waiting. I just didn't know when we needed to decide it by.
Given what Attorney Pattis has said he expects to do with Cross on Ms. Paz, I suppose, so long as she doesn't say anything on the remainder of my direct, we probably don't need to do it.
I have no intention to get into that,
Oh, okay.
that area.
Okay,
If it changes, I'll alert the court, but I don't,
sure.
So, Your Honor, then could we do it late this afternoon? I think we do need a ruling, just for the
All right,
record.
so why don't we tentatively plan on doing it at the end of the day, tentatively, and if not, we'll do it Tuesday morning, 9:45. How's that?
perfect. You can take the papers from our perspective. I've said all I have to say.
Do you want argument on it?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, I think we're ready for the panel. Thank you. And while we're waiting to bring the panel out, I will just remind everyone that in accordance with judicial branch policy, only those entities who have been specifically authorized to film or otherwise record or photograph the proceedings are permitted to do so. If anyone violates the policy, your device will likely be confiscated by me, and you may be removed from the courtroom or courthouse. So please just obey the rules. Good morning. Morning. Good morning. Welcome back. Good to see everyone. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. Good morning. Please be seated. Ron will get you your notebooks, and counsel stipulates that the entire panel is present in the jury box.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty, I know you have been a very conscientious jury here on time. By the way, we actually started at 10. We had some legal issues to address and some motions to argue, so we're sorry we got a little bit of a late start, but we are very grateful that you're so punctual every morning, after every break, after lunch, so that we can move smoothly and efficiently. Ron has not advised me of any written note, so I assume that everyone has been able to comply with the rules, avoid any media coverage, and is not concerned with any issues relating to the conduct of the proceedings. But if something does arise at any time, please make sure that you let Mr. Ferraro know so that we can immediately address it. All right, thank you. Attorney Maddie, whenever you're ready. Ms. Paz, you may take the stand. Of course, you remain under oath. Of course. And while you're making yourself comfortable, just as a reminder, I did tell everyone, I believe I told everyone during jury selection and maybe even the first day, that September 30th, which is a Friday, right, Mr. Ferraro?
Yes, Your Honor.
We will not be in session. So that will be a shorter week for you. That'll be a Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. I think that's the last week of the month. But so just so you, for your planning purposes, that week, not only will you have Monday off, but you will have Friday, September 30th off, okay? You may inquire whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, Ms. Paz.
Good morning.
Yesterday, Ms. Paz, we started in March of 2014 when Mr. Halbert was first invited on the Alex Jones show, correct?
Yes.
And we continued all the way through the end of 2016. And we ended the day yesterday with a broadcast that Alex Jones made, which he called his final statement on Sandy Hook, correct?
Yes, I remember.
And I think you acknowledge that, notwithstanding the title, that actually wasn't his final statement on Sandy Hook, correct?
He has mentioned it after that, yes.
Okay, all right. And he continued into 2017. On April 22nd, 2017, he broadcast a video that he titled "Sandy Hook Vampires Exposed." You familiar with that video?
I am. I don't recall the date, but I do recall that title, yes.
Would it be helpful to have that chart just up for you
Yes.
so you can confirm the date?
Yes.
Why don't we bring up that chart Ms. Paz has been reviewing to check the dates, just for her, please. You have that before you, ma'am?
I do, yes. So what date was it again? I'm sorry.
Yep, this would be April 22nd, 2017.
Can we scroll down? Thank you. April 20. Yes, I see it. That's the correct date.
Okay. And in this video, do you recall yesterday when I showed you, I believe it was the final statement on Sandy Hook. There was a segment of that video where Alex Jones was trying to convince his audience that they should believe Sandy Hook was fake, in part because CNN had faked its location. Do you recall that?
That was one of the reasons listed in that video, yes.
Right. And there was an article that went up with two women reporters that InfoWars had published, correct?
Yes, that was one of the clips that was played.
And I asked you the question whether or not what he was saying was that those two female reporters had been at Sandy Hook claiming to be in different locations, but they were actually in the same location. I think your response was, I don't know what location he was talking about, right?
Right, I don't think he says that in the video, and I didn't ask him specifically.
Okay, so I'd like you to pay special attention to that issue as you watch this first clip. This will be 36A, Sandy Hook Vampires Exposed.
Here's my message, and I'm going to get into it more to Megyn Kelly, Chelsea Clinton, and all these other sea hags of the New World Order. I'm not trying to get out of this alive, dumbasses. I'm not trying to get out of this a winner in your system. I'm here to bring you down. I'm here to make you pay for the wars and the lies and the corruption and the Clinton Foundation and all of it. That's why you keep missing the main calculation. I am a precision-guided heavy munition coming in on top of you. I'm here to stand up for the innocents. I don't like you. I don't like you getting away with what you do. You make me sick. So I get the barbed wire, and everybody else comes in over me. Have you seen what we've done, how talk radio now sounds just like me?
Ms. Paz, what I actually want to ask you about in the clip we just saw is Mr. Jones' reference to himself as a precision-guided heavy munition. Did you hear that?
I heard him say that, yes.
And he's referring to himself as a weapon of war, correct?
I don't know what he means by that.
Okay, but you do know what the words precision-guided heavy munition means, right?
I know it is a weapon that is traditionally used by the military, but I don't know how he's using it in this context. I don't know what he means. I didn't ask him specifically about it.
And then you heard him say, I'm going on the barbed wire, and everybody else is coming in after me, correct?
That's what he said, yes.
And he's referring to his audience there, isn't he?
Objection, Judge, asking the comment on the contents of another mind.
I don't know what he means by it. He doesn't say specifically.
Okay, let's play the second clip. This will be 36 feet.
And they have guns that they're calling out, then they're pulling guns out of cars, they're finding people in the backwoods that are dressed up in SWAT gear.
And that's on helicopter footage, and they say it never existed, and then they later admit it does, and then the school was closed till that year, and then the videos, it's all rotting and falling apart, nobody's even in it, and the kids are going in circles in and out of the buildings with their hands up, and then they never called rescue choppers. I mean, exactly.
This is just repeating some of the same claims we went over.
Correct.
So this is April 2017, correct?
Yes, I believe that's the date we said, April 22nd.
May I have just one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Oh. I'm told that I originally said 37 when I meant 36A. This is why I was confused. Ms. Pazza.
Oh, we saw the wrong video?
No, I
Okay.
apologize. 36A. Sandy Hook Vampires Exposed, okay? Okay, this is what I wanted to play you when it came to the two female reporters that I first mentioned, okay?
Okay.
All right. Let's play 36A, thank you.
So here are these holier-than-thou people. When we question CNN, who supposedly is at the site of Sandy Hook, and they've got, in one shot, leaves blowing and flowers that are out, and you see the leaves blowing, and they glitch. They're recycling a green screen behind them. You've got, who's the female lawyer who used to be on CNN? Fake Southern accent, whatever. She's on there with cars driving in a cul-de-sac in circles, and you see it's the same cars going in circles. And then we've got Anderson Cooper, famously, not just with the flowers blowing in the thing, but when he turns, his nose disappears repeatedly because the green screen isn't set right.
I'm just stop it right there. Did you hear the part where he was talking about the female lawyer with the fake Southern accent?
Yes.
You know that to be Nancy Grace, correct?
I'm not sure what her name is. I don't watch CNN, but I'll accept that's who it is.
No, but you understand, you saw the article that we reviewed yesterday, right?
Yes, I
That
saw
you
the
pulled up?
clips.
Okay, so is it clear to you now that when he was referring to that article, he was referring to those two reporters being in the same location at Sandy Hook?
Same
That's-
objection, speculation, contents of another mind.
That's not clear to me by that clip. He seems to be talking about the Anderson Cooper interview. He says clearly a site at Sandy Hook. Then he's talking about that separate video footage with the two ladies from CNN. It's hard to tell if he means that they're the same thing in the same place. He never says. So I can't tell
I guess
from
it's
this.
hard for his audience to tell as well.
Objection, Judge, Attorney
sorry.
Paz was not finished.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That's okay. It seems to me he's talking about two separate things, but he doesn't specifically say that they're the same in the video.
Let's pull up article, this is exhibit 65, already noted.
I do not have 65 as a full exhibit.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's agreed to. It's previously been agreed to.
I don't have that, but I won't object.
Okay, do you see this article? CNN anchors fake a satellite interview in the same parking lot.
Yes,
Okay, this is published May 9th, 2013 by InfoWars.
that's what it appears, yes.
Okay, and if we go down to, no, you can stay up there, I'm sorry. If you go down to this third paragraph, Tricky, CNN, very tricky. We understand though, when a major crime story like the Cleveland kidnapping breaks, you have to send Nancy Grace. However, since Nancy Grace is a poorly medicated vengeance demon who's always just a bad morning away from ending up on our show, you always send in a real anchor with whom she can correspond.
That's what it says.
All right. And so this article, published May 9th, 2013, was referring to some claim about reporters being in Cleveland, not Sandy Hook, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
All right. So later in 2017, you can pull that down. Alex Jones gave an interview to Megyn Kelly, correct?
Yes.
Megyn Kelly is a fairly famous media personality, yes?
Yes.
She once worked at Fox, she later worked at NBC,
Yes.
and Alex Jones agreed to give her an interview, yes?
He did.
And before that interview aired, he became very unhappy about what was going to be aired, correct?
That's a very brief way of saying it, but yes, he was not happy with the interview that was aired.
And in particular, he wasn't happy with how he claimed the interview was presenting his claims about Sandy Hook. Is that fair?
That was one of his problems with it, yes.
He had many, many problems. He was very upset.
He was very upset about it, yes.
And so he went on the air to talk about that, right?
He did.
And I think that's what part of what he was doing in that video we just saw, where he said, here's my message to Megyn Kelly, Chelsea Clinton, and all these sea hags of the New World Order. I'm not trying to get out of this alive.
That may have been what he
Was it or not?
I don't know. I didn't specifically ask him, but he does mention Megyn Kelly.
Okay, well that Exhibit 37 is actually entitled, Alex Jones Warns Megyn Kelly, Exposes Psychological Warfare Operation, correct?
Yes, I think that might have been the video where he addresses the interview.
When did the interview happen?
I can't recall the date, I'm sorry.
Okay, you knew I was going to ask you about this, right?
Yes, I just cannot recall the date.
Can you recall the month?
I'm sorry, I don't.
All right. In any event, what Mr. Jones did is he took to the airwaves to complain about it, yes?
Yes.
Okay, let's pull up. $39A.
That's a full exhibit.
Yes, sir.
One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
One of the individuals who gave an interview in connection with that Megyn Kelly broadcast was a gentleman named Neil Heston, correct?
Yes, I believe Mr. Heston did give an interview.
Neil Heston is the father of Jesse Lewis, who was murdered at Sandy Hook, correct?
Right.
And during that interview with Megyn Kelly, Mr. Heston said that after the shooting, he had held his child and that his child had a bullet hole through his head, correct?
Yes, I believe he said that.
And after that interview, InfoWars ran a video entitled Zero Hedge Discovers Anomaly in Alex Jones' hit piece, correct?
Yes, I believe that's the title.
And that video was hosted by Owen Schroyer, correct?
It was, yes.
Owen Schroyer is the gentleman who hosts The War Room another broadcast that comes on right after Alex Jones, correct?
Yes,
He reports directly to Alex Jones, correct?
as does everybody, yes.
Let's play exhibit number 41.
That is a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And for the record, Your Honor, this video was broadcast, and you can look at your chart if you'd like, Ms. Paz, June 26th, 2017.
So folks, now here's another story. You know, I don't even know if Alex knows about this, to be honest with you. Alex, if you're listening and you want to, or if you just want to know what's going on, Zero Hedge has just published a story. Megyn Kelly fails to fact-check Sandy Hook father's contradictory claim in Alex Jones' hit piece. Now again, this broke, I think it broke today, I don't know what time, but featured in Megyn Kelly's expose, Neil Heston, a father of one of the victims, during the interview described what happened the day of the shooting, and basically what he said, the statement he made, fact checkers on this have said cannot be accurate. He's claiming that he held his son and saw the bullet hole in his head. That is his claim. Now, according to a timeline of events and a coroner's testimony, that is not possible. And so one must look at Megyn Kelly and say, Megyn, I think it's time for you to explain this contradiction in the narrative. Because this is only going to fuel the conspiracy theory that you're trying to put out, in fact. So, and here's the thing too. You would remember, let me see how long these clips are. You would remember if you held your dead kid in your hands with a bullet hole. That's not something that you would just misspeak on. So let's roll the clip first. Neil Heston telling Megyn Kelly of his experience with his kid.
At Sandy Hook Elementary School, one of the darkest chapters in American history was a hoax.
I lost my son. I buried my son. I held my son with a bullet hole through his head.
Neil Heston's son Jesse, just 6 years old, was murdered, along with 19 of his classmates and 6 adults, on December 14th, 2012, in Newtown, Connecticut.
I dropped him off at 9:04. That's when we dropped him off at school with his book bag. Hours later, I was picking him up in a body bag.
Okay, so making a pretty extreme claim that would be a very thing vivid in your memory, holding his dead child. Now, here is an account from the coroner that does not cooperate with that narrative.
We did not bring the bodies and the families into contact. We took pictures of them, of their facial features. You have, it's easier on the families when you do that. There is a time and a place for up close and personal in the grieving process. But to accomplish this, we felt it would be best to do it this way. And you can sort of, you can control the situation depending on your photographer. And I have very good photographers,
It's got to be, hard not to have been able to actually see her.
Well, at first I thought that, and I had questioned maybe wanting to see her.
Okay, so just another question that people are now going to be asking about Sandy Hook. The conspiracy theorists on the internet out there that have a lot of questions that are yet to get answered. I mean, you can say whatever you want about the event. That's just a fact. So there's another one. Will there be a clarification from Heston or Megyn Kelly? I wouldn't hold your breath. So now they're fueling conspiracy theory claims. Unbelievable. We'll be right back with more.
Ms. Paz, the first thing I want to ask you about is the entire source for what Owen Schroyer just did there was an article by Zero Hedge, right?
Right.
Zero Hedge is a website, correct?
It is a website.
All right. And it runs articles with anonymous authors, correct?
Sometimes they're anonymous. I don't think they're always anonymous, but
What's your basis for saying that?
I don't know anything about Zero Hedge, so I can't say that they're always anonymous. I don't know
Well, I
anything
think you
about
just
it.
testified that you don't think that they're always anonymous. So which is it? Do you know or you don't know?
I don't know that they're always anonymous.
You knew I was going to ask you about this video, correct?
Yes.
You knew I was going to ask you about Zero Hedge, correct?
Well, I don't know anything about Zero Hedge. I don't represent Zero Hedge, so I can't testify as to Zero Hedge. I can testify as to the article that he was citing, but
Let me see if I can ask my question again.
sure.
Objection, Judge,
You
she
knew I was
wasn't
gonna-
finished answering his question.
I think she was.
You knew I was going to ask you about Zero Hedge, yes or no?
About the company Zero Hedge? About the website, how it operates?
Let me ask it again.
Objection,
You knew I was going to ask you about Zero
One
Hedge.
second, please.
I'll withdraw it. I didn't stand.
You knew I was going to ask you about Zero Hedge, yes or no?
I knew you were going to ask me about these articles, yes.
There's one article, yes.
Zero Hedge is a source that InfoWars will routinely use, yes, but I don't know much about the website Zero Hedge.
Let me just see if I can ask you my question again, because I can tell that this might be difficult today.
Objection, move to strike.
I'll strike that, Ms. Paz. Listen to the question and answer the question that's asked, not the question that you want to answer. Answer the question that's asked.
Did I know that you were going to ask me about Zero Hedge? I didn't think that I would have to answer questions about the website Zero Hedge, so no.
So Free Speech Systems came in here today, knowing that I was going to ask about this video, knowing that it relied upon a Zero Hedge article for the claim that Neil Heston was lying, and you don't know anything about it, about Zero Hedge.
Redo my objection.
All right, I
Free
think-
speech, there's a corporate rep here. If free speech is here, that's different. Objection, relevance, speculation.
So I think I will sustain the objection if we can move on.
You know that the author of the article that Free Speech Systems was relying on was anonymous, correct?
For this article, yes.
And you know that the videos that Mr. Schroyer showed in this of the medical examiner, Dr. Wayne Carver, was cut off at the end, correct?
Yes.
And it was cut off for the purpose of lying to the audience about whether or not parents were allowed to come into contact with their
Objection,
children, correct?
speculating about the contents of another mind or the purpose of.
Overruled.
I can't testify as to the reason why it was cut off.
Okay, so Free Speech Systems here today to testify about this video that showed a video of Dr. Carver cut off, cannot tell this jury why it was cut off.
Same objection, Judge, speculation.
I don't know why because I can't
Excuse me.
say,
That was a yes or no question.
and my answer is I don't know.
The answer is you can't tell this jury why it was cut off, correct?
That's correct, yes.
He also showed a video at the end of another couple, correct? A couple that lost their child at Sandy Hook.
Yes,
That video was cut off before it ended, correct?
it was cut off, yes.
Why was it cut off?
Same answer, I don't know.
Free Speech Systems doesn't know.
Correct.
Objection.
It knows that it cut it off.
Just, there's an
May I
objection.
have standing objection to the form of any question, free speech systems. She's here as a legal representative.
I don't think we
She's
need a
not
speaking
corporate.
objection, Your Honor.
I'm just asking for a standing objection.
Very well.
Ms. Paz, do you know that the medical examiner's statement, if it had been allowed to continue, would have confirmed that after the children were identified, the parents were allowed to see their children? Do you know that?
Yes, I know that there is a longer piece of that interview.
And that that's what it shows.
Yes,
But Free Speech Systems chose to cut the video off there, correct?
it was cut off, yes.
And Owen Schroyer said, I guess we're not going to hear any explanation from Mr. Heston on this, right? Do you recall that?
I don't know if he said it like that, but he said maybe we have clarification from Mr. Heslin and or Megan Kelly. I think that's what he said.
And Free Speech Systems chose to run this video to retaliate against Mr. Heslin for having cooperated in the Megan Kelly piece,
Same
correct?
objection, Stan.
I can't testify as to why he ran it. I know Owen was deposed on
Excuse
this
me,
issue.
ma'am, so you don't know?
If your question was if it was retaliatory, no, I can't say whether it was retaliatory.
You met with Alex Jones, correct?
I did.
You met with Owen Schroyer, correct?
I don't think I was able to speak to Owen while I was there. I don't recall speaking with Owen. I read his deposition.
How many on-air hosts does Free Speech Systems have?
We have Mr. Knight, we have Mr. Dew, we have Mr. Schroyer, we have Mr. Jackson at one point.
David Knight was fired 2 years ago, wasn't he?
Right, I mean, during the
I'm
time.
asking right now.
Honestly, I'm not sure right now, but he doesn't work there now, Mr.
No.
Knight.
So how many on-air hosts does Free Speech Systems have right now?
Objection, relevance, Judge, what's it have to do with the complaint?
3 or 4?
Is that a guess?
I'm not sure, 3 or 4.
So Free Speech Systems coming here to testify can't tell this jury how many on-air hosts it has,
Same
correct?
objection as to the form.
Overruled.
3 or 4.
Okay, who are they?
Mr. Dew, obviously Alex, Owen's still there, and maybe one other.
Ms. Paz, Mr. Dew no longer works for Free Speech Systems, does he?
I don't think he works there currently, but
So he's
he
not
was.
an on-air host, is he?
Excuse me, Judge, objection, she's not finished.
I think she was finished.
I don't.
She was finished too.
I
So
wasn't
just-
finished.
Okay, well, we'll move on to the next
Okay.
question, but I think what you're doing is not answering the question.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer his
so-
question.
We'll ask the next question.
When I was there and I interviewed.
There's no question for
Sure.
now, okay? I just want to please understand whether you can tell this jury how many on-air hosts InfoWars has. You started out by saying 3 or 4, then you said I'm not sure, then you went back to 3 or 4. I asked you to name them. You said Alex, you said Rob Dew. You agree with me, Rob Dew is not employed by Free Speech Systems right now? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so Rob Dew's not an on-air host, right?
Objection, that's argumentative that he made.
Overruled.
Right?
Presently?
Yes.
No.
Okay. So you got Alex, you got Owen, right?
Right.
Who else?
I'm not sure. People come and go a lot, so I'm honestly not sure as I sit here.
So the only on-air hosts that you're sure about are Owen Schroyer and Alex Jones, correct?
Those are the ones I'm sure about, yes.
Okay. And you knew that you were going to be asked about this video with Owen Schroyer, correct?
Yes.
There are only 2 on-air hosts that you know of, right?
Presently, yes.
And you decided not to speak to one of them, right?
It's not that I didn't decide not to speak to him. It just wasn't available to happen for whatever reason. I can't recall.
You testified on the first day here, man, that you have an independent duty. When you're coming here to testify under oath before this jury, to find out what you need to find out, to speak on behalf of the company, correct?
Yes.
You were given Owen Schroyer's phone number, weren't you?
Yes, I believe I had his phone number.
Did you call him?
I did not call him, no.
Okay. Your call broadcast on October 26, 2017. Why don't we bring up the chart for Ms. Paz, please?
What was the date?
October 26th.
Okay, yes, I see it.
Okay. It's another video in which Mr. Jones talks about Sandy Hook, right?
Can I have it back up? I'm sorry. The title is JFK assassination documents to drop tonight, full show, but I do believe he's mentioned Sandy Hook in that
Right.
broadcast.
Let's play clip 40. Actually, Your Honor, we offer 43A, please. That's not yet in evidence.
It's a full exhibit.
Oh, it's been agreed to? Gotta get better at that. Sorry, Attorney Farrell. Let's play
That's why
43A,
we have
please.
Mr. Farrar here.
Gerald Salente is going to be hosting the 3rd hour today, and then we're going to have Anzi Kumi in the 4th hour. I was thinking, you know what? Just let him have the hour. I want to be here, but I'll just interrupt the whole time, so he'll be here. I'm going to get to some of your calls, and then come up in a few minutes. We'll get breakdown for Salente on what he's going to be covering in the next hour. Top trends forecaster. But look at this article. It was on InfoWars.com a few days ago that I read, I meant to cover, and then I heard Leanne McAdoo during the break. A lot of our radio ads aren't radio ads, they're just 1 minute little information news pieces. It's something we do, we just change things up. And I'd forgotten in the documents, the CIA visited Lanza and reportedly recruited him about a year before the shooting. I mean, they bulldozed the house to get rid of it. I don't know what really happened with Sandy Hook, folks. We've looked at all sides. We play devil's advocate from both sides. But I mean, it's as phony as a $3 bill with the CNN doing fake newscasts, blue screens. And I mean, Nancy Grace got caught doing it, Anderson Cooper. I mean, that is just a crazy, that's the kind of stuff that I read on InfoWars.com that I don't even get to.
Phony is a $3 bill. We've heard that before, right?
He's said that quite a few times.
And the records that he referenced that the CIA had went to Adam Lanza's house. What records are you talking about there?
Objection, speculation, contents of another mind.
I don't know, he doesn't say.
He doesn't say there, but he must have said to you when you interviewed him, right?
He did not say that when I interviewed him, no.
And that was October of 2017, yes?
Yes, I think that's the date.
Nearly 5 years after the shooting, he's still going at it, isn't he?
This is almost 5 years later, yes.
Now, Ms. Paz, you can take that down, thank you. You know that the plaintiffs demanded that InfoWars produce videos that it broadcast concerning Sandy Hook, correct?
Right.
And it produced some, yes?
Right.
There were a number of videos that the plaintiffs had to find on their own, correct?
I believe that's right.
Including a whole number of videos that InfoWars did produce to us, correct?
I'm sure that's accurate, yes.
And as we've gone over before, InfoWars has no idea how many videos and articles it published concerning Mr. Jones' lies about Sandy Hook, correct?
Do I know whether there is a specific number? Is that the question?
No.
Okay.
The question was, you testified earlier that InfoWars has no idea how many videos or articles it published about Mr. Jones' lies about Sandy Hook. You testified to that, correct?
Right.
Thank you. But one of the things that Free Speech Systems maintains are radio logs, correct?
You mean like show logs? The logs of the shows?
Radio logs. That's what they were produced to us as radio logs. You know that?
Okay, yes.
And radio logs are basically outlines of the show, yes?
Right, it's kind of like minutes for the show, what is spoken about at what time. It makes it easier to find things later.
Doesn't really give you the substance, but it gives you the topics.
Correct.
And InfoWars doesn't have radio logs for all the years, but it had some, yes?
Right. I don't think they had started making those until later, so they didn't always make those.
Why don't we pull up Exhibit 50, and let me just confirm with Attorney Farrar that that's already in.
50 is in full exhibit.
It is.
And you know, have you seen this before?
I have not seen a summary chart.
Okay.
No.
I'll represent to you that this has been admitted as a chart of all Sandy Hook related broadcasts as described in radio logs for which there are no videos. Okay?
Okay.
So all of the videos that we've seen about Sandy Hook, they're not on this.
Okay.
Right? This is a summary chart just for radio logs showing that Sandy Hook was talked about, for which no videos have been produced. Okay?
Okay.
And let's go to the first page. The first date there, what do you see, Ms. Paz?
April 8th, 2013.
Let's just kind of scroll through. What's the last date there?
October 4th, 2021.
It's about 8 years?
After Sandy Hook? Is that the question?
No. These broadcasts about Sandy Hook cover about 8 years, do they not?
From 2013 to 2021.
Okay. And if the jury wanted to see any of these videos, they can't, because InfoWars didn't produce them, correct?
Well, I can't say whether we have them or not, but they were not produced. Whether we have them is different, but
Well, if you have them, they should have been produced, right?
I can't say that we have them. But they have not been produced, correct?
I'll pull up Exhibit 2016, please. 216, I'm sorry.
That is a full exhibit.
Agreed. You'll recall, Ms. Paz, that we've looked at this exhibit before. This is the media kit for 2014, right?
Yes, I remember.
And this is the one with the language that neither one of us could understand.
Oh, yes,
Let's
I
go
remember.
down. I think so.
Right.
But
I
there is a
remember.
part here that I did want to look at here. You see kings of their domains down
Yes.
here, right? And then I want to look at that topping the charts section here. All right. Now, we looked at this a little bit before.
Yep.
And the point of this media kit is to show potential advertisers just how dominant InfoWars is in the marketplace, correct?
Right. This is why you should want to advertise here.
Right, because InfoWars and PrisonPlanet.com are significantly bigger and more popular than the other websites listed, correct?
Right.
And the third website listed is glennbeck.com, right?
Judge Heston answered, we did this yesterday.
That's what it says.
And Glenn Beck is also a media personality, right?
I believe so, yes.
Quite conservative, correct?
I don't know a lot about him, but I believe he is a conservative commentator.
Okay.
Similar to Rush Limbaugh.
Similar to Rush Limbaugh,
Correct.
correct? Rush Limbaugh at one time was a very popular and widely listened to radio host, correct?
Right. I don't know if he's still on the air. He might still be on the air, but
Also very conservative, yes?
sure.
Both men considered fairly controversial and provocative, yes?
I mean, I don't know a lot about them, as I said, so.
Okay. And as far as Free Speech Systems knows, neither one of them said a word about Sandy Hook, correct?
Objection to the form.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if they've ever spoken about Sandy Hook. I don't know.
Okay, so as you sit here right now, Free Speech Systems has no basis to say whether or not they've ever said a word about Sandy Hook, correct?
No, I don't know anything about their shows.
What about Newsmax? You understand Newsmax to be Newsmax.com is a website, and Newsmax itself is a kind of news company, fair to say?
Yes.
A news company that's considered fairly conservative.
Yes.
Do you have any idea whether Newsmax has ever said anything about Sandy Hook?
I don't know. I don't know anything about Newsmax.
can get out of that. Now let's go to, I want to go back to Dan Badandi.
Okay.
All right. Now Dan Badandi is the gentleman who was chasing down and harassing the lawyer for the town of Newtown and the chief of police for the town of Newtown yesterday, right? You saw that video?
Yes.
This is the gentleman who the jury heard was described laughingly by Mr. Jones as the Kraken, correct?
Correct.
When we send Dan Badani on a mission, we say release the Kraken.
He has said that, yes.
And after Mr. Badani sent that footage into InfoWars, they had him on for an interview, correct?
Oh, yes, they did.
They had
Correct.
him on to talk about what he had done on the sidewalk there,
They did,
right?
yes.
All right. One moment, Your Honor. You've reviewed a video in the past called Fight for Freedom of Information at Sandy Hook.
Yes, I believe so.
And this is an interview that Rob Dew, then employed by InfoWars, did with Dan Badandi about his coverage of the FOIA hearing.
Yes.
It's going to be 478, Your Honor.
That is not a full exhibit, Your Honor.
Is it late edition? May I speak to Attorney Manning again?
Certainly.
Stay with Coach Judge.
This is a video that disclosed to Attorney Pattis in her reopening list. I realized that last night. She's seen it. Dispute about what it is.
I don't know that I want to necessarily raise that issue. I didn't see the pleading last night that it was in there, so I didn't prepare it. No, I mean, I didn't see the thing in the, did you file something in court?
You want to recess so you can watch it?
No.
I'm happy to recess.
Judge, it's a long video. Okay. No, I don't want to, if I remember, had it last night, because there are two blank spots on the exhibit list, 4, 7, 3, and 4, that I heard 2 and 3, and now this, and I'm worried about what anything else. For her right now, this is it.
Yeah, this is it for videos.
Okay, I'll withdraw the objection.
Can you put it on his screen for him to see it? Do you need to see
No,
it?
I don't need it. I know what it is. I just was more concerned about the tip of the iceberg.
Got ya. All right, so no objection?
Correct.
All right, full exhibit?
Before we do that, Ms. Potts, you remember when I was showing you the Glenn Beck and the Rush Limbaugh and the Newsmax, right?
Yep.
They never said that Sandy Hook was a hoax, did they?
I'm sorry?
They never said Sandy Hook was a hoax.
I don't know if they did or didn't. I don't know anything about them.
They never said it was fake.
I don't know.
They never said it was synthetic.
I don't know.
They never said nobody died there, did they?
I don't know.
They never called these families actors, did they?
I don't know.
Why don't we pull up, this is July 8th, 2015, we're gonna play that clip. We have a clip?
After the second hearing, you actually tried to question Chief Kehoe. He, I guess, recently resigned, like maybe announced it the day before. What was your impression of his body language and how he wanted really nothing to do with you? He seemed to be afraid of you at that point.
Yeah, I mean, from the first hearing to the second hearing, I mean, he was just quick answers. He looked like he didn't want to be there, wanted to get the hell out of there. And of course, a resignation comes in the night before the hearing. And that's the first question I hit him with, is about him resigning. Why you resigning? Then of course I followed him all the way out and I tried to get answers out of him. Of course, no dice. The state police actually grabbed him to put him in a state police car to escort him to his car. And then we went after Marty Frank after that, the lawyer.
Yeah, the lawyer seems to have a vested interest in keeping whatever the narrative they want to push going. He's now, running with charities. He rides his bike for these charities. He founded one of them, Team 26 for Newtown. How has he been? Did you try to interact with him at all during these hearings?
Yeah, so when I went after Marty Frank, I mean, I was just asking him the questions, just regular questions. He did not want to answer, so he's looking at my press credentials, trying to figure out who I am. And I told him, hey, we're here to expose corruption. And this guy fits the bill of somebody out of Central Casting. And he's a perfect person. He looks like Mr. Burns or somebody from The Simpsons or whatever, running a nuclear power plant. But I mean, this guy is somebody out of Central Casting. I mean, this guy is a joke, representing corruption.
Yeah, and he seems to have more of an interest in stalling the proceedings and objecting and trying to make sure, Halbig's got every I crossed and T, T crossed and I dotted.
So they had Mr. Badandi back on, right?
Yes.
They'd obviously seen the footage, they aired it, correct?
Yes, they were airing pieces of those footage.
They had him on to call the town lawyer, somebody
Who's they?
Free Speech Systems, the company you represent, had him on to call the lawyer for the town of Newtown, somebody representing corruption, correct?
That's what he says.
Somebody out of Central Casting, correct?
That's what he said.
Just another actor, right?
I believe that's what he said.
Now, when InfoWars was sued, Alex Jones got very nervous about its relationship with Dan Badandi, didn't he?
Objection to the form?
I don't know.
Now, you never read Alex Jones's depositions that he gave in Connecticut, did you?
Right, I think we went over this yesterday.
But you did read a deposition that he gave in Texas, correct?
I did.
And you read Alex Jones's false testimony that the last thing Dan Badandi ever did for InfoWars was cover the Boston Marathon bombing in April of 2013,
Objection
correct?
to the form, argumentative, assumes the fact not in evidence.
Did he testify that Dan Badandi didn't work with InfoWars after the Boston bombing?
Let me ask you my question again.
Okay.
Mr. Jones testified falsely that the last thing Dan Badandi ever did for InfoWars was cover the Boston Marathon bombing, correct?
Same objection, Judge.
I don't recall the testimony. If you'd like to show it to me, I'd be happy to look at it.
Let me see if I can get you to recall just the basic fact. You do know that Alex Jones testified in Texas.
Yes,
You know that he testified about Dan Badandi.
I do.
You know that he testified about the timing of when Dan Badandi was last associated with InfoWars, correct?
I believe he did, yes.
And you know that he said that the last time that Dan Badandi was associated with InfoWars was the Boston Marathon bombing, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay, so that's the one thing you don't recall
I just
about.
don't recall the specific testimony. I apologize.
We'll bring that up for you a little bit later.
Sure.
You know, though, that that's not true, correct?
That he worked for InfoWars after the Boston bombing?
Right.
Oh, right. Well, this is after the Boston bombing.
He
Correct.
worked for InfoWars into 2016, correct?
I'm not sure the exact date that they severed the connection, but he was a contractor after that. So yes.
You don't know when the last time he actually did anything for InfoWars was?
I can't recall the exact date. No.
You know it was 2016 though?
So that's somewhere thereabouts, yes.
Right, because he was thrown out of a political rally and finally they decided not to use him anymore, right?
Yes, there was an issue and he was asked to return all the gear and stuff.
But after Alex Jones was deposed in Texas, you're aware that Dan Badandi went on a podcast and said that Alex Jones had lied about what he did for InfoWars, correct?
If he went on his own podcast?
He went on a podcast
Okay.
and said that Alex Jones had lied about his relationship with Dan Badani, right?
I have not heard any of Mr. Badandi's podcasts.
And but you know that as Free Speech Systems corporate representative, don't you?
Objection, form, foundation, corporations don't know things, Judge.
Your Honor, the speaking objection should stop it.
Based on your investigation.
I have not reviewed any of his podcasts, so I don't
No, you
know that.
haven't reviewed his podcast, but you've spoken to people at InfoWars who know that Dan Badani went on a podcast and said that Alex Jones had lied about their relationship.
I don't think I had any conversations with anybody about Mr. Badani's podcasts.
And that after Alex Jones became aware that Dan Badani was concerned, Alex Jones called him, correct?
Foundation, objection.
I don't know.
Have you reviewed Mr. Badani's deposition?
I don't know. I don't recall reviewing his deposition.
You don't recall if you did?
I don't recall. Sorry.
Are you aware that Alex Jones called Dan Badani in the presence of a lawyer to speak with him?
I am not aware of that, no.
Are you aware that Alex Jones apologized to Dan Badani and invited him down to Texas for dinner
No.
and put him on the phone with a lawyer?
No.
Do you know who that lawyer was?
No.
Are you aware that when Dan Badani received his subpoena, he sent some text messages to Rob Dew?
Did Mr. Badani text Mr. Dew?
Yes.
I'm not aware of text messages. I haven't seen them.
Are you aware that Rob Dew texted him back?
No.
So you haven't seen those text messages?
No.
You know what happened to him?
No.
But one can understand why Alex Jones wouldn't want this jury to know that Dan Badani was associated with him, right?
Argumentative, speculative.
Let's go to exhibit uh, 182. You remember Steve Kachenik?
Yes.
Steve Kachenik is the gentleman that Alex Jones invited on in the spring of 2013, so a few months after Sandy Hook, to say that the parents were crisis actors and the children were actors, yes?
That's what he said on the video, yes.
Okay. And before we pull it up, I just want to make sure it's full exhibit.
It is a full exhibit. Agreed.
Okay. Exhibit 182 has been admitted as a text message, Ms. Paz, between Alex Jones and his producer, Nico Acosta. And I want you to look at this first part here. This is a text message from Alex to Nico. Bullets flew for 4 minutes as armed deputy waited outside. It's a link, right?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
Okay. This is, by the way, February 23rd, 2018, right?
That's what it says on the
5
text.
years after Steve Kachenik was on the show, claiming that the parents and the children were actors, yes?
5 years after Mr. Pachenik was on, yes.
Okay. And who's coming on, according to Nico, on February 20, just the blue ones, please. That's fine. Who's coming on, according to Nico, on February 23rd at 2018?
It says Syrian girl at noon, doctor, DR period, I assume means doctor. Pachenik at 1 p.m. and Doug Hagman doing 4th hour.
Okay. And so in 2018, Alex Jones was still having Steve Pachenik on the show, right?
That's what it looks like. He was on before that too.
Had you ever seen this text message before I just showed it to you?
No.
Have you looked at any of Alex Jones' text messages?
I have not seen any of Alex's text messages.
Why not?
I don't know.
Did you ask for them?
I don't think I specifically asked for text messages, no.
What did you specifically ask for other than his deposition and your deposition?
I asked for all of the depositions. I did ask for access to all of the Connecticut discovery. I know that there was an issue getting access to the Connecticut discovery,
Okay,
but I did ask for it.
Okay, let's go one by one. You asked for a copy of all depositions, right?
Right.
Okay, you just testified you don't know if you read Dampidanti's, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not
Do you
sure.
know whether it was given to you?
I don't recall.
Okay, so
It might have been amongst the Texas material, so I did have access to a Dropbox of
I'll
Texas.
represent to you that
Okay.
Dampidanti wasn't deposed.
Okay, so then it may not have been in that material. I don't recall.
Okay. So as you sit here right now, you asked for the Dampidanti deposition, but you have no idea whether you received it.
Well, I asked for all of the depositions, so that would necessarily include that.
And you said you asked for all the Connecticut discovery material. That means the material that InfoWars produced to our plaintiffs here in Connecticut, correct?
Correct.
And when you were deposed by me earlier this spring, you couldn't say whether you reviewed any of it, correct?
The Connecticut discovery?
Right.
Right, correct. There was an issue with getting me access to the Connecticut discovery.
Okay. But the fact of the matter is, when you showed up for your deposition, you couldn't say that you'd reviewed any of the discovery that had been produced in Connecticut, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So we saw Pachenik, Dampidanti. Let's pull up Exhibit 191, please. This is already in evidence. Do you remember I was asking you yesterday?
That's not actually.
Oh.
91 as an exhibit.
I don't object.
I thought we offered it yesterday. Just let me check 1 second. I want to make sure
Do
I'm
not
not
object.
right there. Sorry, I had the wrong one. It's my mistake. 204. This should be in evidence.
204 is the full exhibit.
Agreed on 204.
All right. Now, you remember I was asking you yesterday when Rob Dew had most recently communicated with Wolfgang Halbig, right?
Yes, I remember we talked about this.
All right. So if we go down here, this is November 17th, 2020, right?
That's what it says from
Okay.
Rob at his personal email.
This is 2 years ago. Rob using his personal email. You know Rob Dew was an InfoWars employee at this time, correct?
At that time, yes.
Yes. Can you read it, please?
Hey Wolfgang, great talking with you today. Please don't mention anything about the federal court move. We do not many to tip anyone off. Inaccurate phrasing there. Also, please send me the 3 names from your depot list and any including information. Thanks, Rob.
Right. You think you probably meant to say we do not want to tip anyone off.
We do not. Right. He probably said many instead of want.
Now you've never reviewed this email, I take it.
I've never seen this, right?
Okay. But you do know that there was a point while this lawsuit was pending where InfoWars tried to remove the case to federal court. Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay. And it was right around this time, wasn't it?
I'm not sure the time period.
And what Mr. Halbig, I'm sorry, what Rob Dew, Mr. Jones, one of Mr. Jones' top employees, is doing is sharing information about this lawsuit that he doesn't want Wolfgang to share with anybody else, correct?
He's saying, please don't mention anything about federal court. So it sounds like they had talked about federal court.
Right.
In whatever conversation he's referencing.
Right. And then he's asking him to send him the 3 names from Halbig's depot list, right?
Right. That might have been referencing the list of people that Mr. Halbig wanted to depose.
And this is 2 years into this case, correct?
Right. This case was filed in 2018.
Okay. When did Mr. Dew next talk to Mr. Halbig?
I don't know. I haven't seen this email, so I don't know if there's any after this.
Well, let's go up and see. So Wolfgang responds, right?
That's what it looks like, yes.
So let's just chart this out real nice. Let's go down to the bottom. Great talking with you today, right? So there's a phone call, yes?
It doesn't say how they spoke, it just says that they spoke.
Might have
But
been FaceTime, might have been Skype, right?
might have been text, it might have been email, it might have been,
Well,
I don't know.
he said
I-
great talking to you, didn't he?
I don't know what that means. It could mean a lot of things, so it just means to me that they communicated, I don't know how.
Okay. But anyway, follows up with an email. And then Wolfgang emails him back, right?
That's what it looks like the next day.
And he's giving him suggestions for who InfoWars, the company you represent, should depose in this case, isn't he?
Seems to be in response to his request to say, send me your list of people you want to depose. So these are the people that Mr. Halbig would like to depose.
And he says, have Alex demand under the CT Freedom of Information public record request a copy of the Connecticut State Trooper 1 helicopter radio transmission. You see that?
I do see that, yes.
Did Alex do that? Do you know?
I'm unaware of any FOI requests that Alex has filed.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit, before we pull it up. I don't believe this is yet in evidence. Why don't we pull it up just for Ms. Paz, please?
Number, please.
198. Ms. Paz, you testified yesterday that Paul Watson was the editor of the InfoWars website back in 2013, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what he did at that time.
Okay. And he's still associated with InfoWars, is he not?
Yes.
And the text message that you see here is a text message that Paul Watson sent to Alex Jones in April of 2020, correct?
No objection to its admission in full, Judge.
Yes, April 2020, that's what it says.
Have you seen this text message before?
No.
I'll offer it, Your Honor.
No objection, so ordered.
That was 198, Your Honor?
Thank you.
Let's pull up just the first, there you go. So this is a text message from Paul Watson in April 6, 2020. He sends Alex Jones a screenshot of an article on InfoWars.com, right?
That's what it looks like.
Right.
It's hard to see.
And the headline says, a little bit's cut off, but see if you'll accept this. This is how it looks to you. Staged. Video shows hospital using dummies in ER for coronavirus footage. Right?
That's what it looks like. It is a little bit cut off, but that's what it looks like.
Okay. And obviously in April, COVID had just hit within the last couple of months, right?
Right.
Right. And what Alex Jones was telling his audience was, number one, the globalists had released COVID upon them to kill them, yes?
Are you asking me about the coronavirus footage or
I'm asking
COVID?
you about generally the claim that InfoWars put out that coronavirus was intentionally released by the United States government to kill people.
I haven't reviewed anything related to COVID coverage, so I mean, I'm generally aware that he covered the COVID-19 pandemic.
Did I just describe what he said accurately or no? Or you don't know?
I just don't know because I haven't reviewed the COVID coverage.
That's fine. In any event, Paul Watson sends Alex Jones this text message, and what does it say?
This is a video of a medical student training to intubate, makes us look ridiculous, suggesting this means COVID is fake, Sandy Hook all over again.
Go down to Mr. Jones's response. What does he say?
He responds, I get it, and then he posts a few hours later a video on banned video, or he texts him a link to a banned video.
Actually, I don't think it's a few hours later. If you look, maybe it's the next day, isn't it?
Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. It is the next day.
This is a video of a medical student training to intubate. Makes us look ridiculous suggesting this means COVID is fake. Sandy Hook all over again, and Mr. Jones says, I get it, right?
That's what it says.
Do you know that that article that Mr. Jones said he understood it was ridiculous remained on InfoWars' website for 2 years?
I don't know anything about that article.
It's a good time for our break, Your Honor.
I think so. All right, so we'll take our 15-minute morning recess. Ron will collect your notebooks. You will, of course, continue to obey the rules of juror conduct, and we will be back in session at 11:45 promptly. All right, have a nice break.
All right.
colleagues aware of this. And these proceedings are being televised, and apparently Wolfgang Halbig is watching these, and he has left an unusual message that on my representative's phone. And I know he's been flooding the court with complaints of feeling that he's being defamed in these proceedings.
Attorney Pettis, when you say the court, I'm not aware of anything personally.
The clerk has forwarded material, I don't mean to suggest that you, I don't know, that has forwarded material. We have no contact with Mr. Halbig. Ms. Paz is not going to return the call. If I may speak to Halbig through these proceedings, knock it off, okay? But I want to make everybody aware of it because I don't know where this is going. They've become increasingly urgent, his communications in the last few days.
Have you received any communications that you want to mention? Attorney
You
Mack?
asking me, Your Honor? I'm sorry?
Yeah,
I think all we have received is what was forwarded to us by Attorney Ferrell.
which I have not seen, because it has not been forwarded to me, and I don't need it forwarded to me. Thank you very much. Okay, but so noted. Are we ready for the panel? All right. Welcome back. Hope everybody had a nice break. All right, the record will reflect that the entire panel has returned. Please be seated. Whenever you're ready, Attorney Maddie.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Ms. Paz, welcome back. So we've kind of gone through the videos, we've gone through the summary chart videos of 2021, and really, I think it's fair to say that ever since 2012 and right up until the present day, InfoWars is aggressively trying to build its audience, correct?
You mean over the last 10 years, is that the goal of the business? Sure, yes, that is the goal of free speech, is to grow its viewership, expand, things like that.
And I don't want to retread all of this, but the whole idea here is the more people putting their eyeballs on InfoWars content, whether it be on social media or the website or anywhere else, the more people can get funneled to the store to buy stuff, right?
Yes, that's the business model, essentially.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 183, not yet in evidence, so please just pull it up for Ms. Paz. And please let me know when you have it before you.
Sure. Yes, I see it.
Okay. And you see that this is an email regarding an affiliate one sheet dated April 2nd, 2018. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this affiliate one sheet relates to InfoWars audience numbers, yes?
Can I see the whole email, please? Thank you. Okay, yes, the radio audience numbers through the radio affiliates, yes.
And there's some other numbers on there as well, right?
There's some-
Page views.
There's some YouTube information, as well as some other things, yes.
I'll offer it, Your Honor.
Can I see the top of it, please? No objection, Judge.
All right, full exhibit.
All right, so, yeah. So this is an email between several InfoWars employees on April 2nd, 2018, correct?
That's what it looks like, yes.
Okay, and who's Scott Bronson?
No, I'm not sure. I didn't speak to Mr. Bronson.
Okay. You don't know what position he has?
I'm not sure, no.
What about Mr. Castaneda? Do you know what position he has?
Same, no,
John Hanson?
no.
Okay. Let's pull up the body of the email. And here we go, yeah. So it says, Robert, here's the information we want to put on the affiliate one sheet we spoke about on Friday. Any questions, feel free to ask John or myself. And the affiliate one sheet is kind of the audience numbers Alex Jones sends to new radio stations to get them to carry his show, right?
Yes, so
Okay.
it's a one-page information about the show to provide to other stations.
Right. And right now, I think he's got more than 200 affiliates around the country, right?
Right, I'm not sure the exact number, but it's something to that
It's about
effect.
that?
About, yes.
Okay. And if we go down to item number 2, market reach and stats, there it is, the 200 plus AM, FM stations, right?
That's what it says, yes.
6 million daily listeners, yes?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay, and with respect to YouTube, 2.3 million subscribers,
Yes,
1.5 billion views, yes?
yes,
And it says Alex is the #1 guest on the Joe Rogan podcast of all time with over 5.5 million views, yes?
that's what it says, yes.
Okay. And did you recall that when Bill Aldenberg testified, he testified that one of the reasons Alex Jones is so powerful is because he has these platforms. Do you recall
Foundation
that?
Judge, she wasn't in the room, she's testifying.
No, she wasn't. She watched clips, I think, Judge.
I'm not sure whether I watched that clip or not.
You don't recall?
I don't
Okay.
recall, yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
That's okay. And then it goes from radio to YouTube to InfoWars.com, and here it's providing some of those data points we saw from Google Analytics yesterday, right? 11.2 million visits.
Yes, I see that.
Okay. 3.5 million uniques. Yes.
3.4 million, yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
25.7 million views, and this is all in the last 30 days from when this email was sent.
That's what it says, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Then there's some audience demographics breakdown here.
That's what it looks like.
They break it down along gender lines, age lines, educational level, racial lines, and income, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you go down further. And Mr. Jones also, and I don't think we've mentioned this before, can be reached through satellite TV, right?
That's what it says on here, yes.
Well, and you know that to be the case, right?
I think it's on some channels there, yes.
Okay. And we go down to radio. Streaming audio and video. This is where he's talking about his podcasts, right?
That's where he would have talked about podcasts, yes.
Right. So like the Alex Jones Show, the War Room. Another way you could get it was because they would just take the show, turn it into a podcast, load it up on, wherever you get your podcast, as they say.
Sure, right.
Okay. We can get out of that here. All right. Thank you. Now I want to take you forward to, I believe, we wanted to do 189 next. Oh no, I'm sorry, 190. Not yet in evidence. Why don't we just pull it up for Ms. Paz's screen.
I see it.
See that? And this is.
No objection, Judge.
I'll offer it. No objection.
So ordered.
All right. This is an email from a gentleman named Tom Papert. Yes?
Yes,
He's an InfoWars employee.
yes.
What does he do for them?
I'm not sure what his title is.
Okay. Do you know like what his responsibilities are, even though you don't know his title?
He was involved with the marketing, but as far as what he did for that, I'm not sure.
And you're getting that just from having read
Correct.
his sign off there, his signature,
Correct.
right? Okay. And he's sending this out to Lisa at everydaymedia.com. Yes?
That's what it says, yes.
All right. He says, my name is Tom Papert, and I work with InfoWars. I was referred by Dan Clayton Luce at Henry USA. We would be a great fit for Henry, and I'm interested to see if we could find a way to start a relationship. What's Henry USA?
Henry is a gun manufacturer.
Okay. So would it be fair to say then that what they're looking to do is to have Henry USA start advertising its products with InfoWars?
That's what it sounds like from this email.
Okay. And as a way to kind of induce that, he says the Alex Jones has 6 million daily radio listeners, about 900,000 online TV viewers, not including our over-the-air and cable affiliates, and receives about 45 to 50 million visitors per month.
That's what it says,
Right?
yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then he attaches a rate card and demographics. And this was in November of 2019, wasn't it?
That's what the date says, yes.
All right. And why don't we pull up exhibit number 41? I believe this is in as full, but I just asked.
It is a full exhibit.
All right, so why don't we pull up exhibit 471?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said 41.
Oh, hold on.
471?
Yes, sir.
That is not a full exhibit.
All right, I think this is agreed to as there being no objection.
I don't remember what it is. It wasn't on the original list. Thank you, sir. No objection, Judge.
So ordered.
All right, now this is an email from Gabriella Tolentino, InfoWars employee, yes?
Yes, I see it.
And she's sending this directly to Alex Jones, correct?
Yes, that's what it looks like.
AJ76 at alexjones.net, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that that's the email address that he uses?
I know that's his email address.
And let's start to scroll through this. It says attached an updated version for IW, that's InfoWars social media, correct?
Yes.
And as it stands today, Ms. Paz, InfoWars has a vast network of social media platforms it's on, correct?
It's on many platforms, yes.
So let's go to page 2. Cover page there, InfoWars Social Media Reconnaissance Report, February 2021, right?
I see it, yes.
Okay, and if we go to the last sentence there of that paragraph, the following report details the results of current social media recon of InfoWars and Alex Jones 2021, right?
That's what it says.
All right, so let's just start scrolling through here. So here we have, these are all the different social media platforms that he's on, right?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the content that Free Speech Systems pushes out, just as we've been discussing during the time frame that we were previously focusing on, goes to all these social media platforms, right?
Right, so I don't know when we would have set up these particular platforms. So, I don't know if it was around the same time period, so whenever the videos with Sandy Hook started, but generally speaking, if we had the platforms, all of our content gets uploaded to all of the platforms.
Right, and the
Correct.
idea there is you just want to reach as many people as possible.
Correct.
So it's Minds, Gab, MeWe, let's just keep scrolling through here. Telegram, Parler, VK, Subscribestar. We'll just scroll down so people can see. I'm not going to make you count these all up, Ms. Paz, okay? Chatter, Trump Book, MAGA Book. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Oh, hold on here. So these now we're seeing some live stream platforms, right?
Yes.
Twitch, Vimeo, DLive, Trovo, etc.
Right.
And this is in addition to him streaming live to his own website, band.video.
Correct.
And InfoWars.com, yes?
Correct.
Okay, we keep going down. Text message alerts. Okay, so this is another way that Alex Jones reaches his audience. He'll send people who have given him his phone number text messages, right?
Right, if they sign up to receive the messages, then there's a program that he can automatically send the text messages to the subscribers.
Similar to his daily email newsletter.
Right.
That we talked about earlier.
Right.
How many people have signed up to be contacted by text by Alex Jones?
Sorry, I don't know the number.
Okay, let's keep going down. Here's his podcasts, right? You can pick them up wherever
Right,
they
that's
list
where
there.
it's available.
Okay, got it.
Right.
And then just all the links if you want to click, right?
Right.
Okay. And all of this audience growth has led to ever greater financial success for Alex Jones, correct?
Yes, I mean, during this time period, the sales have increased. So yes.
And one of the ways that Alex Jones keeps track of, you can take that down, keeps track of just how well the sales have increased is by getting daily sales reports from Mr. Fruget in the past, correct?
Right, he gets them daily, maybe not daily, but almost every day.
He wants to see it every day.
He does.
And so when Tim Fruget, just remind everybody, Mr. Jones is a longtime business director, was business director, he'd be sending him daily sales reports every day, right?
Right.
And he'd have sales over InfoWarsStore.com, yes?
Right.
And like how many units were moving, meaning top selling supplements for that day.
Right.
Okay. So why don't we pull up Exhibit 195 and we'll go to page 25. I don't believe I think these are already in.
195 is a full exhibit.
Right. I'll represent to you, ma'am, that these are text messages between Tim Fruget and Alex Jones. And what I want to do is just pull up, if we could, pull up just the bottom there with the date. There we go. All right. So we see here on January 27th, 2020, Tim Fruget is sending Alex Jones a text message at 7:49 p.m. and he says, "We are at 205,000 right now." You understand that to be for the day, right?
Correct.
And just on InfoWarsStore.com, right?
He doesn't say where the numbers are from, but so I don't know by looking at this text message.
Okay. And it says the newsletter is performing great right now, right?
Yes.
And what that means is they've sent out an email earlier in the day in which people could click on it and come to the store, and he's saying that email is really generating a lot of revenue for us.
Right.
Okay. And he says, hopefully it will continue through the evening, right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And then he tells them 110,000 gross sales in food equates to almost 70,000 in pure profit, right?
That's what it says.
And 2020 got better for Mr. Jones as it went on, correct?
How do you mean?
I mean, those daily sales really started going up, didn't they?
Oh, I don't recall. I would have to look at the numbers.
All right, well, why don't we do that? Why don't we go to page 32? Tim Fruget, again, giving his daily reports here. Jury may remember this from opening, where in late February, Alex Jones reaches out at 7:02 a.m. in the morning on February 26th, right? See that?
Okay, yes, I see it. Just wondering how money, dollar, where.
Yeah, and right before that he had said, I know it's early.
Okay.
Right? But 7 a.m., he's reaching out, he wants to know what's going on,
That's
right?
what it says, yes.
And Tim Fruget says, we ended up about 810,000 yesterday, right?
That's what it says?
Gonna take me a bit to calculate what percentage of that was food. Obviously, percentage of food is important because we saw that profit margin, right?
I don't know if that's the reason why it's important, or they were just trying to monitor whether it's something they wanted to continue, increase sale of, just monitor how it's doing.
Exactly, right? Because Alex Jones decides, you know, what sales he's gonna run, right?
Correct.
What's working, right?
Correct.
He thinks about what he wants to talk about to figure out, you know, what's gonna sell well, yes?
Correct.
And he goes, gonna take me a bit to calculate what percentage of that was food, but it's looking like 650 to 700,000 in food sales. We are already over 100K today at 6:45 this morning. Crazy, right?
I see it, yes.
Alex Jones gives thumbs up.
He gives a praying emoji and a thumbs up, and then a ghost emoji.
What's the ghost mean?
It's just a ghost with a tongue sticking out
And
his
an
tongue.
eye patch.
I don't know if that's an eye patch, but it's just, I don't know.
Just having fun.
It's a cute emoji.
And this actually, this kind of rate of revenue has continued to increase even since 2020, correct?
Objection, fact, not in evidence.
I think that the daily sales fluctuate a lot. So if you want to look at annual sales, I think that's a little bit more helpful, but sales in general have increased. But daily sales will fluctuate.
Right. And just recently, is it fair to say that InfoWars is doing just about $1 million a week in revenue?
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't recall the exact number of revenue. You mean presently?
Yeah, presently.
I don't know the number, I'm sorry.
You don't?
No.
Okay. You're not aware whether Free Speech Systems has made any representations that it's doing about $1 million a week?
I don't know if I'm allowed to make reference to the other proceedings.
Well, no, I'm not asking you about
Okay.
any other proceedings. I'm asking you whether you're aware that Free Speech Systems has represented that it's doing about $1 million in revenue a week.
I don't know what the dollar figure is. I know that there are representations that are being made as far as the income that the company makes, and that's being.
You're not prepared to tell this jury what it is?
What the number is, right?
Does it sound about right?
I don't know what the number is.
And I think a lot of what you said is that, you know, Free Speech Systems, Alex Jones decides, you know, what's going to make him some money, and covers topics in order to make that happen, right?
Objection, compound.
I'll withdraw it. Look what you just said. Alex Jones talks about things in the news that he thinks is going to drive revenue, yes?
He talks about things in the news that he finds interesting,
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you just to answer the question.
Objection, she's answering.
She's not answering the question that was asked. Do you need it played back?
No, I don't. Is that the sole reason why he says things that he says? No, but is that a reason? Sure.
Ms. Paz? You know what question I asked you.
Objection,
I-
badgering.
So,
Is he saying things
Ma'am,
for
I think the judge
revenue?
wants to have a word.
don't speak when I'm speaking.
Sure.
Do you need the question played back? You need to answer the question that was asked, not the question you want to answer. Would you like the question played back? I can have that done because you made several efforts and you're not answering the question that was asked.
If Attorney Maddie could just repeat it.
No, it's not what I said. Do you have the question or do you want the court reporter to play it back?
I believe, can I ask what the question was? If it was, did he do it?
We'll have the question played back.
Sure.
Yes, Your Honor, 1 second.
Take your time.
You know what, Your Honor? I think I can do it a little bit faster because I think we've covered this. Okay. Ms. Paz,
Just wait till we get back on the record.
I'll withdraw that.
Thank you.
Do you remember, I think it was Tuesday, I forget which day it was, maybe Wednesday. We talked about how Alex Jones covers things like increased radiation in the news so he can sell iodine. Remember we talked about that?
Sure.
Okay. He talks about food shortages being inflicted on the world so he can sell storable food, right?
Compound, Judge?
Overruled.
Does he talk about food shortages and then plug an ad for food? Yes.
He talks about chemical pollutants being used to decrease human libido and depopulate the world, and so he can sell super male and super female vitality.
Compound, argumentative.
Yes.
And he's been talking about this trial this week because he thinks that's going to make him money, correct?
I don't think that that's the reason, but
You've been watching the show this week?
have I been watching the show?
Yeah.
No, I don't generally watch the show.
Okay, so generally though, what Mr. Jones does is he's trying to attract audience so that he can send them to the store, right?
That's the business model we've been talking about, yes.
And the way he's been attracting audience this week, while we all have been here, is by talking about this trial, correct?
Objection, facts not in evidence, she doesn't know.
Sustained.
Okay, well, let me show counsel exhibit 479. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
See that? Do
I do.
you see Mr. Jones' logo for band.video in the corner?
I do.
Do you see Bill Aldenberg depicted in that picture?
I do.
Do you see lettering placed in the lower left-hand corner of the screen that says Alex Jones, Kangaroo Court, watch day 1?
I see that, yes.
Is it an inch copy?
Sorry, Your Honor. I'd offer it.
It's not self-authenticating. Objection.
Ms. Paz, you recognize this to in fact be a screen grab of footage that Mr. Jones played earlier this week, correct?
She said she hadn't seen it, Judge.
Overruled.
I've never seen this, and I haven't seen the show, and I haven't reviewed it, so I can't say what this is.
Okay. Mr. Jones and Free Speech Systems, as far as you know, is the only company that controls the band.video platform, correct?
As far as I'm aware.
And you see that logo right on there?
In the upper right-hand corner?
Yes, ma'am.
I see it.
Okay, I'd offer it, Your Honor.
Objection, not self-authenticating.
Sustained.
Move to strike the representations made about what's in it.
Has Alex Jones?
Objection.
I didn't make
Like
the
for
representation.
ruling,
She did.
move to strike the.
Overruled.
Has Alex Jones been calling this trial a kangaroo court this week?
Objection, she just said she hadn't been watching
Well,
Foundation.
she's speaking for Free Speech Systems, and she can have that information without having watched it. I don't know who she's spoken with or what she's done by way of her investigation.
I haven't spoken to anybody this week, so I don't know.
Has InfoWars been calling this trial a kangaroo court?
I don't know.
let me show you 477.
Sorry, this is 477
Yes, sir.
ID.
For ID. What do you see there?
Do you want me to describe it?
I do.
I would object to describing a document not in evidence. If
Okay,
you
let
lay
me start this way.
foundation,
Let me
that's
start
a
this way.
different question.
Look at the very bottom of that picture. Do you see any website address there?
I see a website address, yes.
What's the website address?
www.infowars.com/post/watch-highlights-from-the-Alex-Jones-Handy-Hook-kangaroo-court hearings.
And you recognize that to be a website that's part of the InfoWars.com website, correct?
It looks like it's part of that website.
Right. And it depicts Judge Bellis, does it not?
Objection, the document is not in evidence, no foundation to discuss it.
You could ask her what it depicts.
What does it depict?
It looks like that's what it depicts.
Well, you're sitting right next to Judge Bellis.
That's what it looks like.
Okay. That was published on InfoWars page according to that URL address, correct?
Objection, it's not self-authenticating, Judge.
Overruled.
I don't know, aside from looking at the URL.
Okay. Well, you're Free Speech Systems, right? You know that that's an InfoWars URL, right?
It looks like a URL. I don't know anything about this. haven't asked anybody, and I haven't
No,
talked to anybody about it.
But the words on the bottom that you just read,
Right?
if someone were to click on that link, it would take them to InfoWars, correct?
I don't know. I haven't clicked on the link.
Yeah. Read does it say www.infowars?
I read it.
Does it say www.infowars.com?
That's what it says.
Okay. You know that's your website address, Free Speech Systems.
That
right?
is the website address,
If
yes.
somebody clicks on it, that's where they're going to go, right?
If they go to Infowars.com, yes.
Okay. And then Infowars.com has a number of sub pages, correct?
Yes.
It's got a videos page, yes.
Yes.
It's got a news page, right?
Yes.
It's got a video page, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you go to Infowars.com and any other of those sub pages that are listed out further in the URL, it's going to take you to an Infowars.com webpage, correct?
Yes, but if you're asking me, is this there? I don't know because I haven't looked for it.
I'd offer it, Your Honor.
No foundation.
Ruled.
Let's publish this. Is InfoWars taking this trial seriously?
I'm sorry, I don't know how to answer that. As free speech, I'm taking it seriously. I've been here for 3 days, so yes.
You're personally, Ms. Paz, you're taking it seriously.
No.
Is the company that you represent, that Alex Jones has 100% ownership and control over, is it taking it seriously?
Objection, foundation.
Overruled.
Free speech is taking it seriously, as I've sat here for 3 days, so
Okay.
yes.
Well, you had to be here, right? They paid you $37,000 to be here, yes? You were under subpoena to be here, weren't you?
I'm under subpoena.
Okay, if you didn't show up here, you would have been in quite a bit of trouble, correct?
Sure.
Okay, so you have to be here, right? I'm asking about InfoWars. On a scale of 1 to 10, let's do a scale of 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, how seriously is InfoWars taking this trial?
Objection, Judge, that's meaningless.
Overruled.
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, you got 10 options, 1 through 10.
10, it's serious to me.
Well, Ms. Paz, if it was that serious to you, I think you would have prepared a little bit more, don't you?
I prepared how I was able to prepare.
Right. And I don't think we should blame you for that because, as you said, you asked for everything and you just didn't get it, did you?
I did not get everything that I asked for, that is correct.
And you know the plaintiffs haven't gotten everything they asked for either, right?
I'm aware that there have been issues regarding the discovery, yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Attorney Pattis.
That is my role here, yes.
And you were paid a fee to testify.
I was.
Objection.
I get to lead. There's case law on that. I'll recite it if necessary. You were paid $30,000 initially.
Yes.
You were initially offered 20 to 25,
Yes, that was based on our conversations, yes.
and then you negotiated yourself a higher rate,
I did, yes.
and you asked that it be supplemented.
I did.
Why?
At the time, what I did was I tried to figure out how much time it would take to review the material and do the depositions. I did do 2 days of Connecticut deposition, and then there were requested, I believe, 2 more days. And then it was going to be clear that I was going to be called to testify here today. And so as much time as I had spent on it, it was clear to me that the retainer needed to be replenished.
You were initially retained to serve as an expert in Texas.
The corporate rep in Texas, yes.
Because Mr. Jones.
Objection, Your Honor. Yeah, I think we maybe should do a sidebar on this.
She was an expert in Texas.
Yes.
She was the, excuse me, did I say expert?
You sure did.
Then I withdraw that, and I made this, it wasn't intentional, you're looking at me like I'm
Well,
trying to play
because
a game.
I
I
think we
will
talked
withdraw
about
it.
that before.
I will withdraw it, and she was the corporate rep. I'll withdraw it. I'm not getting it. I'm not.
You need to,
Okay, I'm just worried about the social media crowd. I disagree because an issue's been made of the fee, including the last comment about her 37,005. I disagree. You were retained initially just as the corporate rep in Texas, and I apologize to you, and I apologize to you. Of course I will. And what did you do? What did you do in terms of that preparation? How much time did you spend? Did you appear for a deposition? How much time did that take? In the course of that, did you become? There's nothing else. I'm not going to give you if you want to take an early lunch break, and that would reassure everyone fine, but I think I heard the court's ruling, and I think I've been doing this for a few decades. I kind of think I know what I'm doing, but
I'm told I misspoke.
Yes.
You are not an expert in this case.
No, I think in my reply, though, I did say I'm the corporate rep.
Well, my mistake, and I apologize to the court, counsel, and to the jury. When were you first retained to serve as the corporate rep in Texas?
It was sometime in late January of this year.
And did you work with a lawyer by the name of Jacqueline Blott?
Yes.
Was the work that you did in preparation for serving as a corporate rep in Texas related to the Sandy Hook shootings?
Yes.
There was a Sandy Hook litigation in Texas
Yes.
as well. And was there overlap in the work that you did for as corporate rep in Texas and in Connecticut?
There was some additional material that wasn't relevant here that was relevant in Texas, but there was overlap, yes.
When did you first speak? And I don't want you to tell me what anyone told you. All of these questions are going to be your communications or attempts to communicate with others.
Okay.
When did you first speak with Attorney Blott?
It might have been sometime like maybe January 30th, 31st, last week in January, first week in February.
And did you subsequently travel to Texas to prepare prepare to testify as a corporate rep in the Texas case?
I did, yes.
When did you travel to Texas to begin to prepare?
So I had already begun reviewing material prior to that, but the depositions were scheduled, I believe, February 13th and 14th. And then I was there almost the entire week prior.
Between the time that you were first retained and the time you traveled to Texas, how much time did you spend reviewing material?
I spent a lot of time reviewing material. I spent a lot of time watching videos, taking notes on the videos. I did have access, as I said earlier, to the Dropbox material. In the Dropbox material were depositions, there were emails, the company emails. There were a lot of other documents associated with the financials of the company, et cetera. So I spent the weeks prior to traveling down there, reviewing the material in the Dropbox, as well as videos, and then I traveled to do my observations, so to speak.
Can you estimate how many emails you reviewed?
I definitely did not review all the emails. There were many, many thousands of emails. So I was asked this question at my depositions too. I did try to narrow my focus of the email review just to make sure I was reviewing what was relevant.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
And what topics were you reviewing, were you preparing to testify on?
I was preparing to testify as to the Sandy Hook shooting, so I tried to narrow my focus on Newtown, Sandy Hook, names of the plaintiffs, to try to, names of Mr. Halbig, for example, just to narrow my focus on what I thought would be most relevant. There was a lot of spam email in there and such.
And you mentioned that did you review court pleadings and so forth?
Such as the complaints.
Right.
I did read the complaints. I did read some interrogatories, admissions, things like that.
When you went down to Texas to prepare to testify as the corporate rep in the Texas depots, did you go to the InfoWars facility or campus?
Yes, I was there.
Describe it.
So when you walk in, it's a little maze-like. You have to have key cards and you walk through doors to get to other doors. It's kind of, there's boxes everywhere. There's papers lying around everywhere. There's really no kind of rhyme or reason to the layout that I could see, but people were kind of spread out. One side of the building was kind of administrative, and then the other side was where the studios were.
Different sides of one building or separate buildings?
I want to say I walked through an area to get to another side, but I wasn't in the studio, so he showed me where the studios were. So it might have been a separate building. I'm not sure.
There was no receptionist there, was there?
Oh, no, there was nobody there to greet you.
There's no phone system in the building where people can call one another, is there?
No, there's not.
There were somewhere between 60 and 80 employees at that time, correct?
I believe that's correct. That's
And
correct
in
number.
your efforts to determine who did what to whom, did you find out that did they even have a flow chart, an organizational flow chart?
They did not.
How difficult was it for you to get answers about the questions on your mind?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you make efforts to address, you were asked questions by Attorney Maddie about your duty
Yes,
to inform yourself, correct?
yes,
Did you take that duty seriously?
I did.
Did you have difficulties performing that duty?
I found it to be difficult, yes.
What was difficult about it?
I found it difficult to find out, like if I had a question, to whom I should direct that question, who was responsible for answering that question, if there was a person responsible for answering that question, if that person was there during the time period of this litigation, if information had been conveyed from the old person to the new person. Most people would not know who to talk to. Most of my inquiries were...
Sustained.
Okay.
Without an organizational flow chart, how did you make determinations about who to talk to and when?
I would start with a person that I thought should be responsible for such a thing, and then I would ask them, and that person would either tell me whether they were or were not, and try to direct me elsewhere.
Relying on what they said, would you go elsewhere?
I would, yes.
How many times would you go through that process, speak to somebody you thought you'd have an answer, be directed to someone else, in the end not get any information that you were looking for?
It was quite a few times. It was often.
Did you hear the name Mark Enoch while you were there?
I did.
He was a lawyer initially in Texas.
One of.
And you heard the name T. Wade Jeffries?
Yes.
He was another lawyer.
One of.
There was a guy named Brad Reeves,
Yes.
another lawyer.
Another.
And they'd replaced one another seriatim, correct? One after another.
Yes.
There was another lawyer involved, although not appearing, Jay Woolman,
Yes.
Mark Randazza.
I'm objecting to leading. It's all leading.
I get to
This is, I don't think that's so.
I'll allow it.
If you need to get the case, I'll get it.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
And then ultimately, Ms. Renault was replaced, or excuse me, Ms. Blott was replaced as well, correct?
Yes, she was my primary point person while I was there, but then after I left, she was subsequently replaced.
Were you called upon to testify in a trial in Texas?
No, I'd never testified in Texas.
Did you, and this call is simply for a yes or no, did you have any communications with Federico Reynal involving this case at any point?
No, I've never spoken to him.
Now initially, one of the reasons you wanted to supplement the retainer is nobody really talked to you about being the corporate rep in Connecticut when you first appeared in Texas, correct?
That's one of the reasons. I only thought it was for Texas.
When you came into Connecticut, you testified that you were aware of other lawyers involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
Jay Woolman,
Yes.
a fellow named Robert Barnes was at the periphery of it for a while.
Yes.
I got involved.
Yes.
And you and I had worked together?
Yes.
You left and went on to another firm?
I left and went on my own, and then I was at another firm for
And then when
3
that
years.
didn't work out, you went on your own?
Yes.
And I called you and I said, I hear you're looking for work, correct?
Well, yes, you heard I had left and knew I would be available.
Based on your review of the material that was made available to you, had other InfoWars employees served as corporate rep in either Texas or Connecticut?
Yes.
Who?
I'm aware that Daria had previously testified as corporate rep. I know that Mr. Dew has. I believe Mr. Zimmerman has on another topic. There may have been another, but there have been others.
As part of your work preparing for this case, did you review the depositions of them that had been broadcast online by Texas Counsel?
I did.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Do you know whether they were willing to serve again? That calls for a yes or no.
I do know.
And what were they willing?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Move to strike.
So ordered. Response is stricken, the jury will disregard it.
Have you received harassing emails and texts in the course of your testimony in this case?
Objection, Your Honor.
What does this have anything to do with what the jury decided?
Part of what the reason for the fee is the difficulty of the work and the collateral consequences that come of doing it.
Sustained.
Can Ms. Paz be shown exhibit number 245?
I do not have that as a full exhibit.
That's why I said just Mrs. Paz. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear. That's a stipulation that the parties entered into?
Oh, I don't see it yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I don't have a screen here.
I see it, yes.
And it's, you've referred to it any number of times?
Yes.
You've referred to it to refresh your recollection about dates and,
Yes.
and topics of videos?
Yes.
How many videos are on that list?
Do you want me to count them?
Well, or estimate them. If you can tell Ron when you need to scroll down.
Yes, can we scroll down, please?
Wait, it shouldn't be up, has it been offered, has it?
No, I said Ms. Pazzo, I'm sorry.
Can you,
I
can
did
you,
say
Move
that.
the sidebar, please.
You did say that.
I said it to Ron on that. If the records when you're stuck leaping to conclusions and making accusations,
Ron
you
can't
can't support
do it.
every 3 minutes. I didn't realize he couldn't. It's okay. My guy will do it. Okay, that's fine.
Well, what's the issue?
The issue is
Do you have somebody to do it?
what?
Do you have somebody to do it?
Ron can do it. They control the control switch
Okay,
of who
Ron
does what.
can't do that.
No, excuse me. My paralegal is here for that purpose.
Oh,
My
okay.
understanding is that Ms. Shishadri controls who has access to it.
She can get it over to him if you want it.
We did this in the past on a prior witness. You know what, Chris? We will wait rather than ask for a courtesy and work this out over the lunch break. And I'm not going to get a personal comment. I'm ready to proceed.
I'd offer 245 as a judicial admission. It's a stipulation between the parties.
No objection.
So ordered.
They don't want to talk.
I have another, she's just gotta click it, I did audio.
We do need some assistance, Judge, if they'd be so
Yeah,
kind as to flick the switch.
He's got it.
All right, and the stipulation that was just entered as evidence, you can accept it, but you decide what weight to give it. And where are we at now?
245, if that could be displayed, please.
Thank you.
Can we go back to the top of that, please, John? And I said Ron before, I apologize, Ron, I forgot we couldn't do it. Can you read that stipulation, Attorney Paz, in case it's too small for the jury to see?
sure, it's just a stipulation regarding authentication, and this is the list of the videos.
Okay, and what does it mean to stipulate regarding the authentication of something? You're a lawyer?
I am a lawyer, yes. It means that, that free speech agrees that these are the videos that were produced by the company at this particular date. These were the titles, and it also lists the unique name. It's a combination of letters and numbers that it was saved under.
Can we go to the second page, please? The third page? Well, let's go back to the second. The Jones defendants do not dispute that all videos produced by the plaintiffs to the Jones defendant as listed and attached in Chart B are true and accurate copies of videos that FSS publicized or otherwise broadcast on or about the dates, correct?
That's what it says, yes.
Can we go down one page, please, John? Not all of these videos, you've not reviewed all of the videos in this courtroom in this trial, correct?
In the courtroom, no.
Could we go down to the next page, please? Same with this list, you've not reviewed all of these in this courtroom in this trial, correct?
Right, we've not spoken about all of these videos in the court, correct?
Next page, please. Next page, now we're on to B. Same question as to this, you've not looked at all of them, correct?
In court, no.
In fact, some of them just say untitled broadcast in the middle of the page.
Right.
11/17/2016, you don't even know what that is.
I don't know.
Next page. And then there's a, you know what, did you say something?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I thought I heard, that's okay. Deep state launches martial law through judicial tyranny, 11/16/2021. Do you know what that video was about?
I do not.
You can take that down, John. Now, How many hours do you think you spent watching videos?
I do have records, so I don't want to
Can you
miss.
estimate without the record?
Sure, probably about maybe 40 hours just watching videos and taking notes on the videos.
And how many hours did you spend reviewing emails?
I mean, I know how many hours I've spent total in connection with the case. I didn't really break it down that way. I don't want to guess.
Okay. Do you think you overcharged in this case?
No, I don't.
Think you undercharged?
I don't want to say I undercharged, but I don't think I overcharged.
Can we watch exhibit 45, please? This is a video entitled Democrats File Suit to Overturn 2016 Election as Megyn Kelly Reopens Sandy Hook Wounds.
Hold on, one moment, Your Honor.
45 is a full exhibit.
And Ms. Paz, I'm going to show you 2 exhibits in full. You've seen a lot of clips here, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Jones talks about a lot of things other than Sandy Hook, correct?
he does.
This is clip 45.
I'm sorry, is this a clip or an exhibit?
It's an exhibit, excuse me.
Can we not show this part of it? It's getting me dizzy.
I don't know how to do that.
I don't either.
It's off.
And then maybe once he gets there, we can put it up, because it's, we're not in a rush, we have plenty of time.
Your Honor, maybe we just approach real quick?
Certainly.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
Chuck, I just want to say one thing before you raise your issue. After we went to Jerusalem for lunch, before I get off the bench, I want to talk to you guys. Because I want you to think about and tell me what I can do, okay, to make it, I don't want to say easier on you, but just to smooth things over to make it easier on you so that there's not the, so I don't have to deal with the sniping.
It's much better than I usually do.
No, but do you know what I mean? Like, what I can do to help you so that we don't have that. Just think about it. I don't need any answer. Just think about it, and we'll talk about it before lunch. What I can do to help you. Maybe take some of the caffeine out of the coffee. All right, turn that. Well, this has to be on the record, and so we. No, she can't. Can you hear?
What I understand, I'm kind of confused by a film video, which would exceed the scope of information as possible. So I'm objecting it's beyond the scope. The video is how long?
About 50 minutes.
50?
No, here's the problem, Joe Officer.
No, go ahead.
What the judge wanted us to do. They have represented in 3 times they've used the following expression, even in their opening statement, that Alex Jones thinks that there is a conspiracy among government.
I'm trying to do it, Jeff. I don't care what was said in the opens. I care about the evidence in the case. So
Okay, in
what
the
people
evidence.
said, and should we do this without?
No.
I think we should. It's getting close to lunch anyway. It's hard for the monitor to do it. Let's just do
Why
that.
do we have to come up here stereophonically? Who's going to speak for the others?
Hmm?
Who's going to speak for the others?
Okay.
I'm gonna let them go to lunch and we'll deal with it next. All right, so we have some issues to discuss. So I have made the decision, not everyone agrees with it, to let you go for an early lunch, and we will stay on the record and continue with our issues. So Mr. Ferraro will safeguard your notepads. I know, I have faith in you that you will continue to obey the rules of juror conduct. We will start promptly at 2 p.m. And I hope everyone has a nice lunch, and I hear the weather's nice, so hopefully at least get a little fresh air and get to enjoy the weather. And if you do that, just be careful, as I say every day, to avoid contact. I see everybody's wearing their handy dandy little stickers there, so hopefully people will know to avoid them as well. So we'll see you at 2. And you can move stuff now. Great. I'll do it. Thank you. Is it necessary for Ms. Paz to leave the courtroom?
She should
during
probably
this?
be excused.
All right, that's fine. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. All right, so I think we left off that Attorney Pattis, you were looking to play the 50-minute video exhibit 45. Is that where we
Yes.
left off? Alrighty.
Your Honor, this video was not played at all during Ms. Pattis' direct. It was not played at all. So our first objection is that it is beyond the scope of the direct. Our second objection, though, is that...
Well, can I just ask for, I have no idea, so it's just for ID, or is it a full exhibit?
It's a full exhibit
Okay,
by
and,
agreement.
and what's it about? I don't know if it's beyond the scope, because I don't even know what it's about. Do I have to watch it first? Because I could do it over lunch.
You may want to, but it relates to Megyn Kelly reopening old Sandy Hook wounds, Democrats filing suit to overturn the 2016 election. I think it is within the scope of the evidence, and I know you don't want to hear about the opening statement that has been offered by the defendants thus far, or
Right,
the
if you
plaintiffs
could
thus
just
far.
keep your comments to the
I am.
actual evidence in the case and
On
not.
2 occasions when, excuse me, I cut you off.
No, that's right, go ahead. I'm
On
listening.
2 occasions when Agent Aldenberg testified, Mr. Maddy went out of his way to use this following locution, and it's almost exact. And Mr. Jones, believes that there are peddles the notion that there is, and this is the quote that's almost exact, and a conspiracy of global elites and business leaders in governments, including people in our government, he said breathlessly on several occasions. Then there has been testimony about Megyn Kelly, his reaction to Megyn Kelly. They offered a video clip in which Mr. Jones referred to, and I want to find the language, to Chelsea Clinton and another Democrat, I believe, as a sea hag. These items have been sea hags for the New World Order. It was Chelsea Clinton and Megyn Kelly as sea hags for the New World Order. He grouped them together with the Clinton Foundation, and this was in the clip involving his being a precision-guided heavy munition coming in on top of you. I hit the barbed wire, everyone comes in over me. These items have been offered in isolation to the jury to suggest that this represents some sort of modus operandi of Jones to operationalize his people as against Sandy Hook and others. My view is that taken in isolation, they mischaracterize the man and make a caricature of a person who has far more to say than things about Sandy Hook. I am aware of the court's prior rulings with respect to the motions in limine and would have expected that the party prevailing on them would have trimmed its exhibit list and its presentation of evidence to avoid opening the door to these topics. However, it is my view that they have done so. And to alert the court, there are 2 other exhibits that I'll seek to show just to get all these out at once so we don't have to do them over and over again. I will be offering the Megyn Kelly profile under Exhibit 40, which is not a full exhibit. It's not even, I guess it's not in for identification, but it's on the list. And I won't be offering that for the truth of the matter that Ms. Kelly profiled, but for its impact on free speech systems. Clearly, that's a door that has been opened in the course of the plaintiff's examination. finally, we will offer, and then I do mean finally, Judge, the full 222, oh no, it's not 222. Excuse me. Gotta check my notes. Actually, I'm not going to offer 222. That's not a video. So that's my offer as to the videos, Judge. I think
So
it is.
you have 45, which is 50 minutes, you said, and then 40.
Which is approximately the same. I won't watch the whole thing. I'll stop it at some point, but I don't, gauge whether the jury still has any interest or not. But I believe that the door has been open to both of those. And to the degree that there may be a timeliness objection, I feel like Gilligan on Gilligan's Island. We just endured almost 3 days of repetitive examination of Ms. Paz. I will be done within 2 hours.
So, can you give me a summary? I mean, I'll hear regarding the objections, but can you summarize in your own words what 45 and 40 are?
Megan Kelly, so Mr. Jones, should he testify, and well, in fact, other exhibits that are in full and haven't been played by the plaintiffs, at least not yet, are Alex reacting to the Megan Kelly interview. And
No, I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I don't lose this. I'm sorry. No, I'm not understanding. So, on your cross, you want to play Exhibit 45,
right,
which is around 50 minutes, and then you want to play 40, then that's the Megan. So what I'm just trying to figure out, because I haven't seen them, so I don't know if it's beyond the scope, I don't know anything about these exhibits. So if you could just sort of, in your own words, sort of.
they're classic Alex Jones doing exactly what Mr. Maddie said he did, which is taking on what, there's another reference in another video today to the deep state and to his belief, which is core to who he is.
All right, so can we break it down? So Exhibit 45
contains all of that. His views of the deep state, his commentary on other things, support for the notion that Mr. Maddie raised, that he believes that there is a global elite comprised of business, financial, and governmental interests, including people in our government, who are out to, as Mr. Maddie put it on 2 occasions in the jury's presence, enslave us and kill us. And that's a little bit of an overstatement. Certainly Mr. Jones believes that we the people are about to be enslaved by globalists. And certainly he believes that globalists want population reduction.
I'm not interested so much in his beliefs as opposed to what these exhibits that you're offering.
They illustrate these points, and I want the jury to see them in their context.
And Exhibit 40, which is?
The Megan Kelly interview.
Okay, tell me about that.
So, Mr. Jones, there was some testimony about his reaction to Megan Kelly. They offered a video of his responding to Megan Kelly and Chelsea Clinton, that she hags the New World Order. And it is and they, I believe, even offered an exhibit and had Attorney Paz read the headline about Megan Kelly I'm not sure they read the headline about reopening the wounds, but Megan Kelly's use of Sandy Hook has come up. Mr. Jones's contention is that this crisis was largely done until it was reawakened by Megan Kelly.
This is his contention, Attorney Pat, is in Exhibit 40? Because I thought this was the...
This is the Megan Kelly interview, but because it has been referred to as an item not in evidence, I want the jury to see it so they can evaluate the plaintiff's characterizations of it.
And that's where his position that you're referring to.
Right.
Oh, now I'm understanding. Okay. All right. Attorney Maddie?
Your Honor, the 50-minute, so I think in order to assess the scope, objection, Attorney Pattis' representations that Exhibit 45 is simply a demonstration of Mr. Jones's belief, to me is not sufficient assurance that a 50-minute video is not going to cover things that are prejudicial, that are hearsay, that are totally off topic, that are controversial and provocative, and likely, offered to support the improper arguments of political bias and silencing that Mr. Pattis made in his opening statement.
All right, so let me ask Attorney Pattis about that, because I agree that this is likely to happen. How are we, I thought this was
They're
something.
full exhibits. They marked the exhibit. I agreed to it. How do you say my exhibit is unduly prejudicial? He, eyes wide open, said, "You want this?" I said,
40 is a
"Sure."
full exhibit too?
Yes.
40 is not.
No, 40 is not. 45, but 45 is by agreement to full exhibit.
All right.
But it still needs to be played for a relevant purpose to the appropriate witness. And so what we're seeing here is, I asked Ms. Paz to confirm what Alex Jones's worldview was. She did. She agreed. That's it. Okay? I don't think it would be appropriate to put up a video published apparently in 2018 in which Mr. Jones talks about God knows what for 50 minutes as reasonable and within the scope on that limited, narrow issue, especially because you can see from the headline, Judge, that he's talking about overturning the 2016 election, just from the title. An obviously controversial topic that we did not go into and that we studiously avoided with Ms. Paz. So it's well beyond the scope of the direct of her and creates all sorts of issues.
Attorney Pettis has
I'm
his hand up.
stunned that my adversary can say he doesn't know what's in an exhibit he offered.
All right, but here's what I don't know. I know that the election is beyond the scope. How do you're giving me a...
I didn't offer the exhibit. I didn't elicit testimony
No,
about Hillary Clinton as a sea hag.
Attorney Pattis, I'm just trying to figure out, is this beyond the scope? I don't remember
I hear you.
anything about overturning the election. So if you're offering the whole entire 50 minutes, I don't see how we handle this on the spot. Because there are certainly parts of it, maybe all of it, maybe most of it, I don't know, that are going to be beyond the scope. So I'm just not...
I don't know that that's obviously the court will make that determination apparently.
Well, I'm not sure I can make that determination. I have other things to do at lunchtime, so if you're now asking me, other business is what I mean, actually.
No, I understand that.
So, I don't...
My claim is that when they offered through exhibit, I can't remember the number now, it might have been it was the 36A, references to Chelsea Clinton, Megyn Clinic, sea hags at the New World Order, Alex demonizing the Clinton Foundation, together with the comments that Mr. Maddy has raised in the jury's presence through Oldenburg, and in a sneering, in my view, tone, about Alex believing that there is a global conspiracy consisting of financial elites, government that want to enslave and even kill you, he said in false drama. I didn't put that in front of the jury. And if that's not opening the door, I don't know what is.
So here's what I would suggest. I'm going to sustain the objection to playing the whole 50 minutes, but certainly if you want to, during lunch, pinpoint some parts of this 50-minute Exhibit 45 that I can look at and determine whether it's within the scope or not, but we have to pinpoint what that is, or it's going to be all afternoon of
well, whether it's all afternoon, Judge, this examination went on for days.
I understand
it could have gone a day.
That's my ruling. All right, so now Exhibit 40 is this Megyn Kelly interview for 50 minutes. Okay, do you want to be heard on that, Attorney Maddy?
Yeah, I think what Attorney Pattis wants to do is put in the entire 17-minute NBC profile of Alex Jones. We have not offered it. It's full of hearsay. It's full of, including Mr. Jones's own hearsay that they want to offer for the truth of the matter. He's interviewed in it. It deals with other issues in which he's been involved. It deals with his affiliation to Donald Trump, obviously another attempt by Attorney Pattis to inject politics into this case. It deals with other allegations against Mr. Jones related to Chobani and others, and it is just full of hearsay and self-serving. So it's just inadmissible.
Well, it's not. He, meaning Attorney Maddy, at about 10:25 this morning, was asking questions about an interview with Megyn Kelly, about giving her an interview, about he wasn't happy with the interview and the claims involving Sandy Hook. He also, I didn't put Trump into the case. It came in through one of their own exhibits just this afternoon or earlier this morning. So, yes, I have a motive. You know what I want to argue. I showed you in my opening. I've been transparent about that from the get-go. But I believe that the door has been open to that, and you don't get to just give a whiff and then say, well, doesn't this smell? without showing or letting the jury smell it for themselves. And if it's only 17 minutes, that's a lot,
All
it's
right, so
longer.
I had written down 15 minutes.
I thought it was longer.
All right, so it's 17
Right.
minutes? Can you pinpoint any part of that, or because
The whole
clearly
thing, because, you know,
there's no hearsay issues in that, in your mind?
I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but for Mr. Jones's state of mind. Mr. Maddie's direct question was, he wasn't happy with how the interview made claims regarding Sandy Hook. We're not here to litigate the truth of the matter as to Sandy Hook. We're here to litigate whether Mr. Jones caused discernible, in the cut claim, ascertainable economic harm to the plaintiffs, and thus far there's no testimony of that. And second, we're here to evaluate whether they can prove that they were damaged by Jones. That's why we're here. Most of what we saw in the last 2 days really pertained to a punitive damage phase, trying to light the jury up. And it's consistent with the improper purpose of the plaintiff's opening statement, which is we have to stop Alex Jones. That's no part of a compensatory damage claim.
So I'm not, we may have a disconnect on what the plaintiff has to prove here. You can challenge the extent of the damages, but I think you just said that he has to prove causation.
No, I didn't. If I did, I misspoke.
Okay,
They do have the extent of the damages is clear, Judge. And then
Maybe I misunderstood. All right, Attorney Maddie?
Your Honor, what I heard Attorney Pattis say is that it's being offered for the purpose of establishing Alex Jones's state of mind.
That's what I heard.
Okay. Now, there's a number of segments in the video that have nothing to do at all with Sandy Hook. That's number one, okay? And I believe what Attorney Pattis is suggesting is that it is Alex Jones's state of mind in reaction to how his views about Sandy Hook were characterized in the Megyn Kelly video is relevant. So number one, let's just assume that that's what he's offering it for. So obviously then only the segments about Mr. Jones's statements on Sandy Hook would be offered for that purpose. Now, the statements that he makes about Sandy Hook have nothing to do with his state of mind in reaction to the Megyn Kelly interview. Those are statements that were made during the interview. So they say nothing about what his state of mind was in reacting to it after the fact. The statements he's making during the interview are statements both about Sandy Hook and other things, which we didn't offer, which would be offered for the truth of the matter, and would be hearsay and can't be offered in the defense case.
Judge, it's a full exhibit, so let's
No,
not
it's
forget.
not.
Oh, not 40 or
It is not.
You know, Judge, I didn't ask about the interview with Megyn Kelly. The plaintiffs did. And so they come in here and they tiptoe around things. They put a full exhibit in. They open the door, and then when I say, let's look behind the door, they allude to. They say, oh no, we can't do that. That's ridiculous.
Okay, Attorney Pattis. So I'll look at that since it's 17 minutes. How would I do that, Ron?
Thumb drive should be on.
All right, well, we can set that up. All right, so I'll look at that over lunch. Anything else?
Nothing from the
All right.
defense, Judge.
So I'll just see you on the sidebar, as promised, all of you.
Oh, shit.
So just to get back to the personal sniping, what can I do to get that out of the picture? Because, you know, no, but I'm not, listen, I don't want to deal with it, let's be honest. I feel like I don't want to deal with the sniping. And I feel like I'm doing something wrong that you're doing so, because I find it very unprofessional myself.
I have been maligned continually through this case with reference claims that I've not had a good faith basis to do this. There have been motions for sanctions of them at the drop of a hat. Everything has been an emergency. I came here to fight for Alex Jones. And I've just had enough of the condescension.
I'm talking about the sidebars, the sniping in front of me, the way that you're going
Well, you're
after
right.
each other. That is not necessary. So what can I do to stop the
All
sniping?
weekend at Club Med for all of us.
Can you not snipe anymore? Because I don't know that I'll have the patience to deal with it for 3 more weeks.
The good news is, I don't think it's going to be
Do you agree?
I do. We had a conversation yesterday.
And on your comment about Mr. Jones, is he not testifying?
I didn't understand.
I thought you said something along the lines of if he testifies.
I don't know whether the plaintiffs will in fact call him. Judge, the court, you seem to, perhaps to be unaware of an agreement that was reached in
No,
the bankruptcy
yeah,
court.
3 days, somebody told me
So
that.
he is available Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, and longer if necessary, if we start within that period. There was, just check your notes. But I mean, I'm not gonna hold you to the day, I don't care, I wanna end the trial. I just don't know whether the plaintiffs will call him. I can imagine a universe in which they don't. Texas counsel was very effective by not calling Mr. Jones and making him the last witness.
So getting back to the not sniping, what's the answer? Josh, call on you.
You asked me that question. I think Chris.
I don't want any, there's no, we don't need any sniping. There should be no sniping. I was never.
Cases that we have.
Hmm?
Cases that have. You know, those kind of, this is my background's a little bit jaded.
I'm willing to extend a hand and try it. I mean, I don't know what else to do.
Because I'm not sniping, am I? Right
I'm
now?
not gonna, Judge, I may or may not have views about some of the rulings and decisions you may relate to this
Listen.
case, and I'm not going there, okay?
But
I'm
am I,
not going there.
I'm not sniping at you, and you shouldn't be sniping in front of me, so snipe.
Comments that the court had made about me to the president prior to a hearing felt like sniping.
Sniping in this
I thought it was
case.
okay.
Yeah, no,
But she said she had him tonight. Like,
well, I'm not
disagree.
sniping with here, so why?
I'm not here because we're complaining about the sniping judge, just get on the table. Well,
So I will do the best, that's all I can offer.
Because I just say what you have to say without going after each other in front of me. If you want to do it somewhere else, then you can do that, but just don't do it with me. How about that?
Chris,
All right?
let's take the anti-Mediterranean. You can shake my hand. You won't get
Okay, all right, guys. Have a nice lunch. We'll take a recess.
All rise, please.
So Ron, you're gonna get me that fund drive?
Yes, Your Honor.